Good morning. Do I have a motion to bring back to the table?
Yes, I motion it.
Reconvene?
Yep. I think I heard Deb. Yeah, Deb, can you speak up?
A motion to get back in service.
A second?
I have a second.
All right, motion second, and cast your vote. Now the session is in service.
We call Brooke Brandenburg as our next witness.
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Brooke Brandenburg, B-R-O-O-K-E, B-R-A-N-D-E-N-B-U-R-G. You're welcome.
Sir, what's your current position?
I am the Director of Public Utilities for the City of Enid.
How long have you been the director?
I have been here 1 year on June 23rd. I started June 23rd of 2025.
Give the board a brief description of your educational background, please.
My division has water production, distribution, treatment, wastewater collection, treatment, and then solid waste and landfill.
And that's all encompassed within the duties of the director?
Yes, sir.
Prior to coming to Enid, what was your employment?
I was the Public Works Director for the City of Goddard, Kansas. Similar duties, also had streets and parks duties there.
And prior to that?
Prior to that, I spent 17 years working for two different consulting firms, Maximus Inc. and then MGT Consulting. Both those firms are out of Florida. During that time, I primarily did worked with state and local agencies. I did indirect cost studies, rate studies, served as their intermediary between their cognizant agent, whether it be state or federal.
Tell the board a little bit about the education that has led you into that career path.
I have a Master of Public Administration. Undergrads, I have double undergrad in psychology and criminal justice. And then I have a Master of Public Administration.
When you began your job in Enid in June 2025, did you become aware of the upset incident that had occurred in May 2025?
I did.
Since that time, have you been involved in responding to that incident?
Yes.
Have you become aware of the consequences of that event?
Yes.
Were there environmental impacts?
Yes.
Give me a brief description of your understanding of the environmental impacts from your position as Director of Public Utilities.
My understanding is that there was a discharge high in ammonia into Skeleton Creek, and that resulted in a fish kill.
Were there regulatory consequences to the city?
Yes, there were.
What type of consequences?
We got a notice of violation and a consent order from Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, and we also received a $10,000 administrative penalty from them. And we received a bill essentially from the Department of Fish and Wildlife for the number of fish that were killed. They have some type of way they calculate that, and I believe that was just a little over $18,000.
Okay. Were there other response costs that were incurred by the city in that process?
Yes, there were.
Did the response cost and those consequences fall under your area of responsibility?
Yes.
There should still be a book of exhibits in front of you. I believe it's that first one.
Okay. Yep. One of two, 1 through 52s.
Look, see if there's a second book.
Book 2?
Book 2.
Well, these are okay. Well, these are mid-continent exhibits.
Should be in volume 1, I believe.
So
It should be in volume 1 through. Okay. Pull back out volume 1 and see if there's a 47 tab in that.
all right, I will
This is a Monday morning. We'll see if I can get rolling a little better here.
There is a 47 tab in this.
All right, if you'll turn to that, and I'll let everybody else get their volumes as well now that I
Absolutely.
learn how to count and that 47 comes within 1 through 50?
Yes, it does. Okay, okay, sorry. Fast talk sometimes.
All right. For now, numbers aside, look at Exhibit 47. Can you just tell us generally what Exhibit 47 is, please?
So it is just a basic tally of some of the costs we've incurred over this process. You'll see in the left column, it says company, and that is essentially who we paid these costs to. There's ODEQ and ODWCF. That is the administrative fee from the state and wildlife. And then below that is SPL. That is a laboratory that does environmental testing.
Okay.
That
But before we get into detail, let's
Okay.
just
Sorry.
first establish a couple of things about this
Sure.
document. Did you prepare this document?
Yes,
Okay. And is it your testimony that it's a fair and accurate summary of the costs that you believe the city of Enid incurred?
yes.
Turn the tab and also look at Exhibit 48.
Okay.
And again, without walking through it in detail yet, can you tell us what Exhibit 48 consists of, please?
These are invoices that coincide with the last exhibit.
All right, so if we want the receipts, this is where we're going to go.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to Exhibit 47 then. And you had started with the ODEQ and the ODWCF line. Both of those are state cost.
Correct.
And the first one is $10,000. What was that?
That was an administrative fee applied to the city for breaking our permit and discharging high ammonia into the creek causing fish kill.
Turn, if you will, to Exhibit 31 and go over to page 9 of Exhibit 31. And for the record, that's going to be the ODEQ consent order.
Which page again? I'm sorry,
Page
9?
9. And if you look at paragraph 35 on page 9,
Okay.
is that where the $10,000 fine is assessed?
Yes.
Continue then, if you'll turn back in that book to Exhibit 52, the very last one. And tell us what this document is.
This is the transmittal letter from Department of Wildlife stating that we have received the $18,000 fine for killing the fish.
All right. Now, if you can turn back to Exhibit 47, please. There's a bold line that begins SPL. We've heard some testimony about SPL. Remind us who SPL is, please.
Yeah, as I said, that is a lab that we use to do environmental testing.
And what are these subsequent line entries showing us on SPL?
On SPL, so we have obviously SPL testing and the amount that it cost us to have those samples processed.
All right, so if I look in the cost line, each one of those is going to be associated with an SPL laboratory report.
Correct.
Below that is a line that says Water Tech. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
For $9,526.97. What is this item, first of all?
That was when we originally had to purchase NutriQuat, and we had to purchase a metering pump and a skid to operate that.
And did you consider that a necessary cost in responding to the upset?
Yes.
The next line, or the next bold line, is Hydra Solutions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is for $19,099.97, right?
Yes.
What are those charges for, sir?
Those are charges for having to purchase additional totes of NutriQuad.
And what is NutriQuat?
NutriQuad is a substance that we use, and I give you the layman's, the scientific would have to go to someone else, but on a layman term, it allows certain substances to clot up to it so it will settle out of the wastewater.
Below that is a line for COVE, C-O-V-E, and it says additional wet test. What is that expense item?
When, at the initial fish kill, the city failed its wet test, and as part of the stipulations on that, we had to do additional wet testing until we passed them, of course.
Below that is a line for USPS. Is that United States Postal Service?
That is.
What are those expenses for?
Certain transmittals we send to Mid-Continent Packaging, we're sent certified, and that's the expense for those.
And is it your understanding under the code that certain notifications have to be sent by certified mail?
Yes, I believe that's state statute.
Enid News and Eagle is the next line for $73 and looks like in 70 cents. What's that item?
When a municipality gets a consent order, notice of violation, or something like we got from DEQ and Fish and Wildlife, you're required to print that in a public paper so the public is aware of it.
And absent the upset, you would not have been having to make that printing?
No, we would not have to do that.
The top of the next page, we have UPS. Is that United Parcel Service?
It is.
What was the overnight shipping charges shown here for?
That is for shipping certain samples to the UPL lab or SPL lab overnight. They have to be on ice and have to be shipped overnight.
Next line in the middle that is bold, we have labor. And in the description, check manhole, grab sample, labor. Tell us what this labor line is for.
Well, in our monitoring and oversight, they required us to regularly sample when we'd see foam or anything, take samples. So this is manpower associated with people going out, pulling the lid, and drawing the samples.
And as part of the ODEQ consent order, did you have to continue to monitor?
Correct.
Toward the bottom of the page is the line AstroBio, biological reseeding, $9,076. Tell us what that is.
That occurred when, in the initial hit, when we received the slug of toxic chemicals that killed our plant. It had to be reseeded, and that is the cost associated with that.
Below that is an enforcement cost line. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And there's no amount associated with that. Is it accurate that all of the enforcement costs have not yet been incurred by the city?
I would say that's accurate, very much so.
And then is it your understanding under the code that the environmental compliance specialist can then charge or assess those costs against Mid-Continent?
Yes.
And that's something not involved here yet, but could be in the future.
Oh, yes, it will.
At this point, let me first move into evidence exhibits 47 and 48.
No objections.
A motion to admit.
Motion for 47 and 48.
I second. Cast your vote. Passes 5-0.
Sir, on occasion, have you actually visited the Mid-Continent facility?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you were at the Mid-Continent facility?
It would have been late winter or early spring.
Why were you there?
I believe at that time, another employee, I went over there to talk to them about and look at their processes, because we had been talking about their changes and all of this stuff going on. So we went to sit down and talk with Tom.
Okay. Who was with you then from the city?
I believe Scott Morris, Assistant City Manager, was with me last time I went.
Who did you meet with or talk to?
We talked with Tom Harmon and Lynn Graham, and there were some other folks there that kind of walked around with us, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall any of the specifics of the conversation you had with Mr. Harmon?
I do.
Tell us about that conversation.
One of the reasons that we stopped by is because we were seeing a lot of foaming at the manhole in which they discharged, and we wanted to sit down and talk to them, see what was going on. We sat down and talked with Tom, and I believe Ling was in there as well at the time, and they divulged to us that they were trying something new. They were mixing chemicals with quaternary ammonium compounds with a chemical called SLS, and if in the hopes to neutralize that, neutralize each chemical, and then they were, from my understanding, discharging it. And that is a violation of their permit. And we informed them at that time, but we really went over there to talk about the foam. We learned that. And then we went out and looked at their neutralization tank, and they kind of told us their process on how they do their neutralization.
And the neutralization tank is out back?
Yes.
And it was your understanding that's where they would have been discharging?
Well, I can't speak 100% on which one, because it's a little bit unclear. I know they do neutralize and discharge some from the neutralization tank, but their toxic chemicals should not be going into that tank, and they should not be discharged into the sewer system.
Well, it should not be. Do you know for certain how they were doing it?
With regard to, clarify a little bit, please.
Do you know for certain after the SLS was used
I
to
believe they were
neutralize?
doing that. My understanding is they were doing that in the neutralization tank or a similar tank, and then they were discharging it, yes.
Does Mid-Continent also use containers for certain QAC waste?
They do.
Did you talk with Mr. Harmon about those containers and particularly the cost of those containers?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Part of the permit states that that QAC waste must be containerized and hauled off and disposed of by a third party properly. Part of what we've asked for that is manifest for these hauling, and we don't very often get them. We get out back, there are a lot of containers filled up, and Tom was lamenting that it was going to cost $60,000 to haul these off. I do business regularly, and if I know something's got to be hauled every 30 days, I know what the cost is. So that kind of struck me as interesting that he was shocked at a cost that should be an ongoing cost.
And did you understand that was connected with their May 2025 decision to begin containerizing certain waste?
They were supposed to be containerizing before then, but yes, I think it was attached with that decision that they said they were going to begin containerizing.
And that was your understanding of why he was then concerned about this additional cost?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Good morning, and it's good to see you again, Mr. Brandenburg. It's been a while. We were joking that last time I had seen him, I think I had short hair, so it's been a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. You look like me.
Very good. All right, so luckily I think a lot has been sorted out, and that leaves us with just more simple questions. And so hopefully for us and for everybody else, we'll move as quickly as we can. I do just want to start with a couple of the questions that Mr. Ferguson had asked you. First, let's just talk about some of the dates at issue here. And so my understanding is that the allegations made by the city in the NOV, the administrative order, and the administrative order are that Mid-Continent did a cleaning on, I believe, May 19th, which caused an upset to the city thereafter. Is that correct?
Now, I can't really speak for the May 19th stuff. I came on board June 23rd, 2025. So everything I've heard from there came from another person that did that investigation.
Yes, sir.
And I believe she was up here, so unfortunately, I can't say yes or no because I was not there.
But is that your understanding of the
That's my understanding,
claims
yes,
brought
but
in this
but I
case?
did not witness this, but yes, that's,
Just a reminder to them.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes, sir. And that there is no allegations that MidCon did anything on, let's say, May 21st or May 22nd, May 23rd. Those aren't included in the NOV administrative order or amended administrative order?
well, there's a window there. From the way I see that administrative order, there are several dates, and it appears to be not just May 19th. For me, looking at it, it's like the incident began May 19th and ran through probably about the 23rd of May. There was a window there where the incident ran.
But the only, I guess, claims in this case are that MidCon did a cleaning on May 19th. And, you know, things might have happened afterward, I understand that. But nobody here is alleging that MidCon did a cleaning on the 21st. There's no evidence of that, or the 22nd or 23rd. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't hear him say any.
I was-
I just have to tell you, Hank, I can't answer a question that wasn't told to me. I can go by, that's an assumption, that's what people are saying, but cannot tell you that I was told the 19th was when they were cleaning. So I really can't give you a definitive answer on that.
Yes, sir. But to your knowledge, nothing on, then I guess if you weren't there, everything.
I wasn't there, but that's what this stuff says, but I cannot acknowledge that. But I have seen issues from the 19th through the 23rd of May.
Yes, sir. And that's what this says, though, is that things happened between maybe the 19th and 23rd of May. Yes, sir. And I guess that fits the story that if MidCon did this cleaning on, let's say, May 19th, as in the documents, that it resulted in an upset beginning on the 20th is when Mr. Stover said he began to see signs of something at the plant. Is that correct?
That's what I've been reported, yes.
And that the upset was over after Mr. Stover, Dr. Stover, reseeded the plant on, I believe it was May 30th. That's correct?
Not being here and not knowing, so reseeding a plant that's not immediately going to come alive and go from dead to running fully. So me not being here, I really can't speak for those dates when it came back full or what changes were made from when he seeded to when it was running properly.
Yes, sir. And if it helps, I believe this is just out of the correspondences and out of the order between DEQ and
Sure.
Enid. Is that they reseeded on May 30th.
Okay.
And there was nothing after that. And it might have taken a couple days for it to come back online, like you were saying.
Yeah, it normally does. So, and I didn't see anything on May 30th. I wasn't here, so.
Yes, sir. And everything was certainly back to normal by June 3rd, I believe.
Yes, it appeared to be, yes.
Yes, sir. And so using those dates, so the NOV might have happened between, let's say, you were saying the 19th and maybe as far as the 23rd. I don't know if that's in there, but maybe so far as the 23rd. And then the reseeding happened on the 30th, and maybe everything's back to normal on June 3rd.
Yeah, I would guess. I can't say June 3rd is back normal. I wasn't here. Real quick on the 19th to 23rd, we probably received those chemicals early, and then they kept tearing down the plant for those few days. But anyway, that's.
I'm sorry, what? Excuse me.
Never mind. I'm speaking in a circle here, and I'm not making sense in my mind, so I'm just going to stop. Okay?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. And so I just want to talk about some of the purchases we went through here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And so we'll look again, I believe, at a City Exhibit 47. And so you were describing how the city uses NutriQuat. And so from your explanation, it seems the city sees the need to use NutriQuat, it responds, immediately uses it, and that provides a pretty immediate solution. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say immediate, but it does, and it has a positive impact and allows us to move forward. Yes, it's something we're going to have to use if we get these chemicals in our system.
It's something you use in response, I guess. So
Correct.
you sense something, you use it in response,
Yes.
it goes forward from there.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And so I'm looking at, let's say, the NutriQuat purchases. And when I compare these against, I believe it's City Exhibit 48, we look at some of the dates of these receipts, And they are much later than any of the time periods that we discussed that relate to this NOV. And so if the NOV happened in May and maybe the 3rd of June was the cutoff date, the earliest purchase of NutriQuat here is in August. So June, July, August, almost 2 months later. Do you believe that belongs with this NOV? It should not. Is that correct?
No, it does belong in this NOV. We would not have to have purchased NutriQuat had we not gotten a slug of toxic chemicals dumped into our system from Mid-Continent.
But as you just described to
We
me,
did not have to use it before, and that's the only reason we're using it now.
and so as we described, this was due to one cleaning that may have happened on May 19th, and you guys use it in response to something immediately. And so the only allegations here is something happened, in your words, between May 19th and May 23rd. And so you are not applying the NutriQuat in August
Well,
related to the NOV, is that correct?
It very much is related, and I think some of that is doing some research to determine what was going to be the best practice to neutralize those items, and it took a little bit. And then it did take a little time for us to get the NutriQuat here. We didn't get it overnight.
But I guess, I mean, just a simple question is, you did not apply the NutriQuat in August to a cleaning that happened in May. Is that correct?
Indirectly, yes. Indirectly, yes. What happened in May was still impacting the plant in August, and so that's when we started bringing NutriQuat in.
But not directly. You did not apply the
They
NutriQuat.
did not apply it on May 19th, if that's your question.
No, sir. You did not apply it in direct response to any discharge that happened on May 19th, because this
On May
isn't.
19th, no, but it was associated with the discharge that came in.
So something that might have happened in August.
No. We did not have issues in August. We had issues in May, and they continue when you keep having problems, and you sometimes takes a little while to come up with the right fix. And that's what, it took a while to come up with the right fix.
So had you ordered these before May 19th? When did you
I would
order
have to
these?
look. We had to get a PO, and we had to go through our normal route, but I can't remember the time frame, but it wasn't like I could order this and get it the next day. It took a couple weeks to get it here.
And so although you paid for this in August, you might have,
We didn't pay until they delivered.
and so you did not pay this until August?
Yeah, they deliver, they send us an invoice, and then we pay them. We don't pay before. After it's delivered, they send us an invoice. So I would have to look at delivery date. We may have received this 2 to 3 weeks before we pay the invoice.
So
I have to look at the delivery date, and off the top of my head, I don't know that.
So even 2 to 3 weeks before August, I think would still put you in mid-June, which is not going to be in response to something that happened in May.
It could be.
My understanding from how the city uses NutriQuat is that you guys do it in direct response to something. And we had gone over the timeline that something had been sensed on May 20th and that everything had returned to normal on June 3rd. You ordered the NutriQuat afterward, is that correct?
Okay, we also had a storm basin that we had to divert water to that we wanted to treat with NutriQuat later on to make sure when we pulled that back into our system, if there were any toxic chemicals in it, we could neutralize those, and so it didn't hurt our system again.
And so that's based on a future occurrence, not something from May 19th.
Yeah, we had to fill the storm pond because May 9th, because Mid-Continent dumped a slug of toxic chemicals that impacted our plant, and then it killed it, and we could not discharge, so all of our discharge had to go to the storm pond. And then we had to get NutriQuat to calm it down so we could bring back into the plant and treat it and discharge it properly.
And so I guess
So yes, it's very much related to the May 19th.
And so I guess your testimony here is that while the water was being held in the overflow pond, you ordered the NutriQuat and applied it to
that so we could bring it back into the plant and not have it negatively impact our plant. We could treat it, and so we could get up on our permit and get everything running properly.
And so this first order of NutriQuat, you're saying, was ordered and used between May 19th and June 3rd?
I believe it was, yes, because we had it going into the basins. I'd have to double check the dates on delivery because the delivery date and the invoice date could be a few weeks off.
Yes, sir. I think that is new information. So I guess from your testimony, if everything's being consistent, it might be more like 4 or 5 or 6 weeks between receiving the invoice and paying for the product.
It couldn't be 4 or 5 or 6, but it could be 2 or 3. And that's interesting. That just dawned on me when you said this. And I hadn't thought that it had been delivered weeks before we had paid the invoice. So I did not look that up, delivery date up. I wish I could give that to you, but I don't remember it.
Yes, sir, but just so I think this is clear, I'm sorry if I'm belaboring this. You had ordered it and used it between May 19th and June 3rd, and yet the invoice says you did not pay for it, which you said would be at delivery until August.
I'm not going to say yes because I don't know the exact date. But I know we ordered it before we paid for it and received it before we paid for it. But I'm not going to say yes because I don't want to give you bad dates and give you bad information, I'll be honest. I can't verify 100%, so I can't say yes or no to that. I don't know.
All right, and so that might account for, let's say, if it's true, your testimony that the city ordered, used this NutriQuat, paid for it between May 19th and June 3rd, this first order. We'll continue on that, on your testimony. Yes, sir. There are 3 more shipments of NutriQuat that happen in January of 2026 and 2 more in February of 2026. Those are not related to the upset that happened between May 19th and June 3rd. Is that correct?
Well, as we've been overseeing and monitoring their discharge, we are coming up with lots of foam. We're drawing grab samples, and we're seeing additional toxic chemicals in those grab samples from their discharge, and that has required us to keep this on hand. So if they sneak some of that stuff past us, and they have, we have to use the NutriQuat to protect our plant.
You have not, the city of Enid has not issued an NOV for anything other than what happened between May 19th and June 3rd. Is that correct?
We have suspended their permit. We have given them a cease and desist order because I walked out to their manhole and it was foaming way out of the manhole. The lift station was foaming 20 feet around the lift station. We draw a grab sample out of that and it was hot. High QACs. We sent it to lab, high QACs. And at that point, they were violating their permit. And so I called Tom and I gave him a cease and desist, no more industrial discharge. And then we suspended their permit shortly after that based on him telling us that they had violated their permit by mixing 2 chemicals together and discharging them. So we have had ongoing issues here, and we're monitoring this, and we buy this NutriQuat to protect our plant. 50,000 people rely on that plant. 1,900 businesses. It has to run.
Yes, sir. And just so we're on the same page, the city has not issued an NOV for anything other than the event that happened between May 19th and June 3rd. Is that correct?
I do not believe we've issued an NOV, no.
And so that might be pertinent to some other matter, but it will not be pertinent to the matter here. And so the orders of NutriQuat that happened, as you're saying, for an event you're alleging happened after May 19th and June 3rd, are those 3 orders of NutriQuat after?
But it's an ongoing incident. As a regulatory body, when you find someone that's done something, your responsibility is to monitor them. And if we were to not follow ODEQ's rules, they would monitor us and continue to monitor us, and they would do the same thing. Whatever it costs them, we would pay. And so that's, as a regulatory body, that's how we do business. If you're costing us money, we would like that reimbursed.
I understand from the language of the NOV and the administrative orders, this is related to a discrete incident that happened, as you had said,
Yes.
between May 19th and June 3rd.
Yes, sir, I agree. I know what you're saying there, and I'm saying that we didn't write NOV, but we were still monitoring it. You know, we write the NOV and we try to sit down with the permit holder and partner with them to come up with a solution. But in the same time, we monitor and make sure that they're not continuing to offend. And we've seen multiple discharges that were high in QACs, and it has required us to keep this NutriQuat on hand and use it. So, yeah, it is related to Mid-Continent, which it all started on May 19th, so I would say yes, it is related.
And so we agreed earlier that this NOV, what this hearing is about, are the events between May 19th and June 3rd. And you are alleging that the city might want to issue NOVs for events that happened after that, but that is not a part of the allegations here. Is that correct? Will you point to any place in the NOV or administrative order
I kind of not understand.
for
the question.
events that occurred after June 3rd?
I guess I don't understand the question. Point at the NOV for events that occurred, point at an NOV written for events that occurred after June 3rd?
No, sir. Are you able to direct us to any point in the NOV or administrative orders
We've
which
got-
relate to events that happened after
Sorry.
June 3rd?
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to talk over yet. No, but we do have letters where we have sent them, where we have suspended their discharge. Where we have suspended their permit, and it's all related to additional dumping. Is that related to June 3rd? In my mind, it all is, because it's continued since then.
I believe you began your answer with no, that you cannot direct us to any place in the NOV or administrative orders.
Well,
And though in your mind
then
it might be
let's-
different,
Then let's go with
it
the
is
rest
not.
of my answer instead of me speaking no. Let's take the whole answer, the whole statement, because the whole statement's what's true. I don't know what the no was, maybe it's me knowing in my head, but
Do you expect mid-continent to be able to know what's in your head, or is it more appropriate perhaps for
Okay.
it to know
I
what's in
agree with
the
you there. I
NOV
agree
and
with you
administrative
there. I agree
orders?
with you
Yes,
there.
This is going to be a very long day, gentlemen.
No, we're good. Hank and I don't have a problem with Hank.
sir. No, I know. I really like you,
This
Mr.
is
Vandenberg.
no.
I'll be
We're
honest.
good.
Yes, sir.
Just discussion. I see your point there, but yes, I'm going to rescind that no. Yes, this is related to, it started on May 19th and it has continued on.
And so just to, I guess, be direct, as we said, it's really not fair, I wouldn't say, for mid-continent to need to know what you're thinking, and rather to look at the NOV or administrative orders. And so I think we can agree, at least, that there's nothing in the administrative orders that relates to events after June 3rd.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yes, sir. And so we'll move past those, and we'll look at just some of the shipping costs. So again, I think it says the city spent something like $3,982.71 on shipping after June 4th. And so also not within the time period we agreed is not within the NOV or administrative order. Is that correct?
You're pretty fast. Slow down your words, please.
I'm sorry,
Make sure
excuse
you know your number.
Yes, sir. And so I tallied up the numbers on the shipping that occur after June 4th.
Okay, so you're saying the UPS shipping is all those after June 4th?
Let me see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So of those, I tallied up the ones that happened after June 4th, and those total $3,982.71. Would you agree that many of these shipments happened after June 4th? Yes, sir. Let's move to the next item. The city spent $944.36 on labor grab samples after February of 2026. So let's see, 7, 8, 9 months after the events. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And the city takes grab samples routinely. Is that correct?
We do, but yes, we do. Yes. That's
Yes,
easy
sir.
enough to say.
And so I do want to ask you about the sequestration pump skid. It says $9,526.97. I don't know that I found an invoice or receipt for that in Exhibit 48.
So it's kind of weird. There is an exhibit in there, and there is one in there, and I can dig it up.
Okay.
But it really doesn't say skid. They call that when it is the tote of NutriQuant and the metering pump. So it's the metering pump in it, and they call it skid, and it's really a little thing it sits on. So I don't know why, it's just a term they use it, so that's what it is.
And so it can only be used to apply NutriQuat, is that correct?
Yes, a metering pump, that's what it's used for.
But it can be used for anybody's NutriQuat. The city should have this just anyway, is that correct?
No, we should not have that because we've never had to use NutriQuat, so we don't need that pump.
And so your position is that the city should not have equipment until after it is shown to be required?
Unfortunately, it is financially unfeasible to have every single kind of piece of equipment and pump and chemicals around. First, the chemicals will expire on you and you don't use them, you waste your money. The pump you may never ever use. If it sits there for 10 years, the diaphragm gets all dry and it's worth nothing. It's just not feasible. We don't have a big enough warehouse. The taxpayers don't want to pay to have millions of dollars worth of stuff sitting in there. And so and at times, unfortunately, we have to be reactive.
And so is it your testimony that you had this pump skid for the events between May 19th and June 3rd?
That's why we purchased the pump to apply NutriQuat because of that.
And you said you applied NutriQuat between May 19th and June 3rd?
I don't know. I wasn't here, and I'd have to look. Okay. I got here June 23rd, so I would have to look at. I don't know. I don't know what all their records were there, so I can't answer that affirmative or negative.
I see. I took it from your testimony earlier that you understood that the city had applied that first shipment of NutriQuat between May 19th and June 3rd, and if it's required that we have the pump, then you would assume.
If they received it, they would have applied it. Yes.
And you have to have that pump to apply NutriQuat, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. To me.
But you don't know?
I'm not an expert on it, so I can't say.
Yes, sir. But you approved these purchases, and so you thought it might be necessary
Yes,
to
I
have.
approved these purchases because they were recommended by the folks who run our wastewater treatment.
And who is that?
That would be the Stover Group.
And so was it Dr. Stover who made the recommendation that you purchase this?
I believe so, yes.
And he would have done that, you believe, between May 19th and June 3rd?
I think so, yes.
Do you correspond with Dr. Eid via email?
Dr. Stover?
Dr. Stover, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I understood. A lot of times it was email, sometimes it's verbal, sometimes it's telephone. I mean, I really prefer to talk to people face to face, so sometimes I don't have emails or notes because I like to see people and talk to them.
And so his recommendation that you purchase this and your purchasing of it, do you believe that happened over email or no?
So, I say that again, last part again.
His recommendation in your purchasing this, would have happened over email or no?
I can't remember. I really cannot.
Yes, sir. And so just adding all of those together, we've gone through the NutriQuat purchases that happened beginning in August of 2025, 2 months afterward, and 3 more in January of 2026 and February of 2026. The $33,000 in testing that happened well after this event as well, all the way through May of this year. They had added testing fees. There was $4,000 in shipping that happened again after the events of the NOV here. The labor grab samples, another $944, and the $9,500 pump skid. All of that, I guess, even taking out, let's just say all of those items added together are $66,664.01 out of the $106,000 presented here, and that leaves only $39,955.45, which I think we agree are at least positively, there might not be records of things that happened after the events of May 19th and June 3rd. Is that correct? You need not check my math, but
You said a lot there, so I don't know.
I don't know if you can do all of that in your
I can check
head
your math,
while I'm
but-
reading it.
Your math, but I mean that's the point you're saying, and the timings. The timings, yes. I mean we can agree on that.
And so we agree on that. And so out of all of these costs on Exhibit 47, you can tell us that the amount that relates solely to May 19th through June 3rd are those costs, the $39,000.
We're not looking at the date detail. If you say that, and they likely are, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And so we're going to just switch over a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit more about procedure. Now, this is an exciting topic for the people here at the board. I know this might not be exciting elsewhere, but the Enid Municipal Code, if anybody's going to appreciate it, it's us people here. And so I just want to talk really quickly about Mid-Continent's cooperation throughout this process. And I know there might have been testimony earlier that when the city requested the safety data sheets from Mid-Continent, that we gave you everything that we had. And reviewing the administrative order, that's what the city had asked for. It asked for all of the chemical components that we they have there at Mid-Continent, and so we provided all of them. It was a lot, but that's what you asked for, and that's what we gave you. Is that correct?
I
I'm
believe
going
so.
to object to this question. Mr. Walker last week educated us on beyond the scope of the direct examination. I didn't ask any of this, so it's beyond the scope of the examination.
Again, we do have the continuing executive session if you need it to deliberate, or you can entertain a motion from the bench currently.
I have no further questions, and so if we need to not go further, that's fine.
Are you withdrawing your question?
Sure. So let's talk about the procedure. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. So looking at the Enid Municipal Code, section 8-3H-6, it says that if said user disputes the appropriateness of the enforcement response of the environmental specialist or the validity of the violation, the user may request an administrative hearing before the Public Utilities Director to review said order. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
He answered.
And so looking at the city has different mechanisms, one being an administrative notice. But in this case, the city issued Mid-Continent a notice of violation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mid-Continent timely, requested, I suppose, a hearing before yourself, the Public Utilities Director. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that occurred back, I believe, in August of 2025 when Mid-Continent made that request.
I'm going to, I think this is exactly what the objection was before. We're off on a tangent here that doesn't have anything to do with the direct examination. All of this procedural questioning.
I believe the procedural questioning is relevant to his position and this hearing. And so it's
May be relevant to the hearing, but the question is not whether it's relevant. The question is whether or not it was explored on direct examination and therefore is subject to cross-examination.
I believe we explored the administrative order, and so this is just the city's municipal code for issuing that and kind of the processes of us getting here. And so I believe it's responsive to his line of questioning.
I don't think administrative order came out of my mouth.
We're here for an administrative order. And so would you guys like to talk about the procedures of how we are here?
It looks like I'm gonna make a motion for an executive session.
I'll second. Cast your vote.
Go downstairs again.
Do we need to go downstairs or just make a motion to reconvene?
Second. All right. Cast your vote. Back in session.
Hank, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we understand some of this is out of proper procedure, but we'd like to see I'd like to kind of hear what your question is before Brooke answers, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. So I was just asking about the Enid City Municipal Code. I was going to ask him about our appeal, whether we had properly, done a request for an administrative hearing with Brooke Brandenburg, and then just go on to talk about the procedural process that's in place under the municipal code and what's happened here.
Okay.
Do you have any response?
I don't. I think that explains
Okay.
it.
I'll make a motion to sustain the objection.
I second it.
And that means that Brooke is not going to answer, correct?
Do we need to come back out of executive? first?
We did.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we came out of executive session.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sustaining the motion means, Brooke, we won't go down that line of questioning.
Correct. Okay.
All right. Cast your vote.
And so I'll just make,
Do I need on the record?
Yes.
It's 5, yeah.
5-0 to sustain the motion, or the objection.
And so I'll just make a record that earlier in this proceeding, I believe on Monday and Tuesday, Mr. Walker had raised a similar objection to questioning by counsel for Enid, which was allowed to continue questioning. And so I'll just make that for the record. All right. So we'll just talk about you had made a presentation in December related to this event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during that presentation, you had made up your mind about what happened without hearing evidence at an administrative hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so when the city gave notice of this event, they said because you had already made that determination that you could not act as an impartial adjudicator, and so we needed a different governing body in order to hear this case. And so you requested in the notice that Mid-Continent waive its right to an administrative appeal, or said by appearing here that Mid-Continent waived its right to an administrative appeal. Is that correct?
Objection. This is the same procedural line that we just dealt with.
This is, I'm sorry, different. This is really just going to, in the end, it's going to go to bias, which is always relevant in a court of law of a witness providing testimony.
You can certainly inquire as to his bias. However, asking him procedurally what was happening, procedurally what the code provides, that's not, he can ask him, are you employed to the city of Enid? Yes, I am. Is it your job too? Yes, I am. Those are different questions.
I agree. And so what I was asking here, I won't ask about the Enid Municipal Code. I was really just asking whether Mr. Brandenburg was unable to sit because he was already biased. And I don't mean bias as in gender bias or racial bias or age bias. I just mean bias as in someone who had made up their mind before seeing the evidence presented. And so my question to Mr. Brandenburg was whether he had made up his mind about this matter before evidence was presented. And I believe he answered in the affirmative. And so the question just goes to whether he was biased and why we're here today in front of a different governmental body instead of the Public Utilities Director as provided by the code. Is that correct?
You know, when you're sitting in my position, you're given all this information, I guess you could develop some bias. So I see your point there. I would have chaired that. I would have liked to have said I could have sat there and listened to everything on bias. But we don't have to worry about that now because it's not going on.
And so I guess just to put a bow in it, we have not followed the procedure in the code because of that bias.
No, I'm not saying we didn't follow the procedure in the code. We were still willing to have that hearing. My understanding was you objected because I had made that presentation and you had a claim that I would have bias because of that presentation. So we attempted to follow our code and you chose to deviate from it because you did not want, or Mid-Continent did not want me chairing that hearing. That's what happened.
Mid-Continent has noted its objection to appearing here and waiving its right to administrative hearing. Are you aware of that, sir?
That they have, yes, that they have waived their right to administrative hearing, yes.
No, sir. That at the beginning on Monday, we gave notice that we do not waive our right by appearing here and performing our procedural due process, that we do not waive our right to administrative hearing.
I can't speak for that because I know your firm has been speaking with our lawyers and not me, and a lot of that stuff's gone back and forth. I have not had a formal letter sent to me saying, hey, we want to have an administrative hearing. If it's been sent to our lawyers or someone, maybe it should have been directed to me certified. I would have been more than happy to chair that. Your law firm and your client chose not to sit in that hearing. I understand why you would be concerned of me holding bias. However, I would have sat down and done my very best to hear both sides and make it a fair decision.
And so I guess just to go through this, we agreed earlier on that Mid-Continent had given No, it did. It sent certified mail and it filed with the city here. Its request for an administrative hearing before you, the Public Utilities Director, back in August. Is that correct?
You sent it to me requesting it?
We filed it with the city back in August. Yes, sir.
The city. I don't remember that document, but I was, at all times, I was willing to do that. I was led by my leadership and my legal folks that I was told that you chose not to do that, and that's, we're here now.
That has never been our position, just for the record. And let me just say, under the code, I guess, without diving into the code, Mid-Continent did not, first of all, gave notice that did not waive its right to an administrative hearing, and two, had filed properly requesting an administrative hearing, and at any time the city could have given 10 days notice and held that hearing. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's correct. I can't answer affirmative to that, to be honest with you, okay?
Without getting into the code, as that objection has been ruled upon, I'll represent to you that that is how the Enid Municipal Code provides for the administrative hearing to occur. But we'll move on. And so when the city needed to find a different governmental body other than yourself, they called this Environmental Enforcement Board, as you all are aware. And one of the Environmental Enforcement Board members used you as a reference, and I believe it was Mr. Ryan. Is that correct, Mr. Brandenburg?
He may, I didn't know if he used me as a reference, but he may have.
I'm going to object.
I think
We are now deep in.
we are very far beyond the scope of Mr. Brandenburg's direct examination at this point.
This, again, just goes to bias.
Again, we're past that point of what we've talked about on Mr. Brandenburg's direct examination. Please stick to the cross-exam of Mr. Brandenburg.
All right. Let me see. All right, I'm going to ask just a few questions. I might go back a little bit here. You had said on direct examination that you had made a visit to the facility in late winter or early spring with Mr. Scott Morris.
Correct.
Does that refer to your visit on May 13th?
I believe that might have been about the right time.
Okay, and so you have visited Mid-Continent's facility and afterward allowed for them to continue discharging under the permit. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. I also want to go back to just talk about a couple of these invoices we have here in Exhibits 47 and 48 that, as you might have seen, some of these are for not even Mid-Continent tests. I think some of these are for Integris, and so you're billing us for $520, I think, for tests you did at Integris, and also some tests you had run, I think another $1,000 or so, on Advanced 54th Street and Advanced Enterprise. Do you see those included here in the
Which numbers are you looking at in particular?
invoices?
Because I don't see them, but I'm looking.
Okay, so the first one is invoice number K0642367 from August 8th, 2025. You've included here.
Is there a page number at the bottom?
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, there it is, page 13. That should be
Page
easier.
13?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. Yeah, because I wasn't seeing what you had. Yeah, what that is that's part of we basically did a investigation here because people say, well, other people could be dumping these chemicals into your system. If we get a hit from somewhere that is positive, we will go check other systems to assure that we can triangulate where it's coming from.
And so my only question was that this is a test of Integris. Is that
It would have
correct?
been a test that we would use, for instance, if we found the offending chemicals in mid-continence discharge, and then immediately we say, Tom, you've got these chemicals again. You say, well, no, it came from somewhere else. We test somewhere else ahead of time, so we can say, no, it doesn't.
Okay. And so these are from August 8th. And I was just asking whether that is from Integris. It says Integris there. Is that correct?
Yep, that
Okay.
is.
And so now looking at page 5, should be easier to find. Page 5. These are our tests of Advanced 54th Street and Advanced Enterprise. That's just what it says
Yep.
there on the page. Is that correct?
Similar situation, and part of the reason we do this, we're not just pulling from one discharge if we've got something coming in. We want to make sure we're pointing at the right company.
And right. And you had also said on direct examination that, well after, maybe it was during that May 13th visit, you discussed, or, SLS was used to process some different chemical. But that has nothing to do with the permit at issue here. Is that correct? It was a different permit.
100% do the permit. Okay, so real quick for the permit, let me explain just in a nutshell. On one of these permits, it explicitly says what you can do, okay? Anything outside of that, you're not allowed to do. And if you want to propose another process, that's what you do. You get your science together, you get your facts together, and then you submit it to us for review and approval or denial. And what had happened that day is we went in and Tom sits down across the table from us and says, we've got a new way of getting rid of our quarks. We're mixing with SLS and it neutralizes them both, and we're dumping them out the neutralization tank. Right there is an immediate violation of the permit because that is not an approved methodology for discharging.
And I guess my question was just, that's a different permit than the permit that they were operating under for this
It's the
NOV
same-
at issue
the
here. Is that
permit-
correct?
Well, the permit is the same set of rules. And so really, it's the same permit with an extension or a short-term permit, but it's the same set of rules. So the rules haven't changed from the permit that expired to the temporary short permit extension we have given them. Same set of rules.
But
everything applies the same.
But it was a different permit that happened later, after the permit that was
I mean,
at issue here.
technically, you could say that, but it's still a permit violation.
But that's not why we're here at issue today. There was nothing in the NOV from July
Well, we're here
about
because
things that
of
happened
ongoing
in May.
Talking about-
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Hank. You guys finish
So
up.
nothing that happened in, I guess, May of 2026, a couple months ago, is different from the NOV that was issued here in July. That's correct, of 2025. It was a different permit,
No,
is my
not
question.
really. Yes, technically it was a different permit.
Yes, sir.
Same stipulations. So I see your point there, but yes, it was a different permit, same stipulations, but they did violate it. And that shows us a pattern there, Hank.
One moment, please.
I think it would be because the new one specifically addresses, Watson says, don't discharge any. The earlier one didn't say, unwarranted results. But I don't know, I'm gonna leave that up to you. But you're gonna need to know those exhibit numbers if you're gonna do that. Right. I just worry that. That's fine, that's fine.
I'll pass the witness.
Do actions have consequences?
Most definitely do.
Do those consequences always happen immediately?
Oh, no, they don't.
So if I get a speeding ticket, that's pretty immediate, right?
Say that again?
If I get a speeding ticket, that's pretty immediate, isn't it?
Getting the ticket in your hand is immediate, yes.
Okay. If I pollute a waterway, does that have ongoing consequences?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Herron asked you several questions or made several statements about cleaning during the week of May 19, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of any person from the city of Enid who witnessed cleaning?
No.
Does it matter to the city of Enid and the permit whether the QACs came from cleaning, from a spill, or for somebody simply dumping a tub of them down the drain?
There's no difference.
One of the consequences of the discharge was an ODEQ consent order, right?
Yes.
And under that ODEQ consent order and prior dealing with ODEQ, did the city of Enid take various actions to show that it was being responsive to the upset?
We did.
Did that include testing?
Yes.
Did that include these other items that are included on Exhibit 47?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Very briefly, if I may. Mr. Brandenburg, just because he used analogy of a speeding ticket. When you get a speeding ticket, are you allowed to have a hearing before that speeding ticket is
I believe so,
enforced?
yes. Haven't
Yes,
had
sir.
one in a long time, and I don't want one, but I think so.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any further redirect?
No further questions on speeding.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Brandenburg?
I have a question. I think in one of the, Mr. Hank, I think in page 5 and page 13 of number 48,
Okay.
Mr. Hank asks a couple questions about advanced 54th and also Integris charges. Can you explain the highlights? So does it mean they're not part of the total, or is it part of the total?
That is part of the total, and the reason we've put that in the total is because searching for these, we are going looking at is everybody that could possibly offend, and we wouldn't be searching for any of these if one person wasn't dumping them. So we're charging those extra costs we're incurring because we're having to run around and do all these samples and pay for them,
Okay.
attempting to charge them.
Thank you.
I have one.
You have a question?
Yeah. Okay, whenever you was going out and sampling the manholes after the incident, you're still finding foam?
Yes, significant amount of foam. It's been ongoing, and that's why we've done all the extra sampling. That's why we have the extra manpower, and those costs. As I said before, we've got 52,000 people, I think, here in Enid, 1,900 businesses. That plant needs to run, and so we are very diligent about monitoring and maintaining.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Did that open any questions for council?
None from us.
I may just have one. You've said the foam is ongoing, but you have not issued another NOV related to any of those events, and you have not experienced.
Here, yeah, I'd like to address that, and that'd be something good. The foam had been ongoing for a significant amount of time, and in May, when Scott and I went out there, I explained some things to the folks doing the neutralization tanks. I gave him my phone number, and he is now dumping those tanks according to permit, and the foaming has gone away.
And that was from your visit in May 2006,
I believe
26.
late May, the foaming has gone away. And see, this is how it's supposed to work. When you're a regulatory body and you got something, you communicate together and you work together. And he's been sending me these texts every day. And one thing we have noticed, when they follow that procedure on that neutralization tank, we don't have the foaming.
And so the results since then are all great, and Mid-Continent has been cooperative.
I wouldn't say they've been cooperative, no.
You said they've been texting you
Well,
every time
with regard to the neutralization tank, that gentleman has been very cooperative, so yes, but overall as a company, I can't say they've been cooperative.
So Mid-Continent has spent, as you said, tens of thousands. I think you had said $60,000, and I think it might have been even more than that they have spent hauling off this wastewater discharge. Is that cooperative with your request?
If they're hauling it, that's according to the permit that they have now. That is what is supposed to be done, and if they're doing that, that is adhering to the permit.
Perfect. And you said earlier that you guys had asked for all of the SDSs used at Mid-Continent, and they had provided all of those to you as you requested. Is that cooperative? Yes, sir?
They've provided many of them. I personally have not looked through all of them. That was mostly done by the scientific expert and environmental person. They've had some questions about SDSs. Have we received all of them? Maybe, yes. And it's kind of been gray, but I think so.
And when you issued this permit, you guys requested, the city requested, I apologize, the city requested that Mid-Continent take these tests once a week and send them to the city, and they've continued to do that. Is that cooperative?
Well, of course that's cooperative.
Yes, sir. No further questions. Thank you.
Does that, any redirect?
No redirect.
Any other questions from the board?
Nope. Thank you.
At this point, the city would rest its case in chief.
I think this is a good time to call for a recess for everyone to take a short break. So if there's a motion to entertain a 15-minute recess.
Motion for a 15-minute recess.
I second it.
Cast your
I'll announce the results.
Oh. It passes 5-0.
I will make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
All right. Cast your vote. Oh.
Voting screen?
Voting screen.
We are voting to come back into session.
All right. It passes 5-0. Back in session.
I'm starting with this one in
Yep.
this case.
In the agenda, 7.2, respondent case in chief, including city's cross-examination.
Mid-Continent would call Dr. Kenneth Ead.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
May I move this notebook?
Sure.
Okay.
Please state your name.
My name is Dr. Kenneth Ead,
And Dr. Ead, where do you live?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And by whom are you employed?
I own my own consulting firm, KFE and Associates.
And what's your position with that firm?
I am the president and owner.
Okay. And just tell us briefly, what does KFE and Associates do?
Yeah, I am an environmental chemist, so I get involved in many different kinds of what I call forensic chemistry cases. And these are trying to identify what a substance is and how much of it is and what was the origin.
All right. And could we pull up Mid-Continent Exhibit 41, please? We're looking at this document. Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV.
Okay.
My
And
resume.
I'm going to move to admit it when we get through with this examination. And so I don't want to go into it. I want you to just tell the board, tell us about your prior work history as it relates to the issues we're discussing in this case.
Should I start with my education?
Oh, yeah, let's do that first. I'm sorry. Tell the board a little bit about your education here on your CV.
Sure. I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of South Florida, which is in Tampa, Florida. My Master of Science degree in physical science. I specialized in my master's work in environmental chemistry. I studied under Dr. George Nolan, and I actually did work along the Arkansas River looking for the effect of what one refinery, the pollutants coming out of one refinery, taking water samples and sediment samples upstream and downstream. I received my doctorate in environmental science from Oklahoma State University. I studied under Dr. Marcia Bates, civil and environmental engineering. And again, my emphasis was environmental chemistry. I looked at different species of chromium as far as fate and transport, and also how to neutralize it.
And so all of your degrees have had a focus on chemistry, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And now back to my earlier question. Tell us a little bit about your work history as it relates to the issues in this case.
I started with American Airlines, and it was about, I think it was 1989, approximately there, and I became the environmental manager. And as the environmental manager, I was responsible for 5 wastewater plants. We have American Airlines has 3 in Tulsa, the M&E Center, the Wheel and Brake Center, and the Composite Center. 1 at MCI, which is Kansas City. That's the old TWA base. And for younger individuals here, TWA was an airline many years ago. And the 5th base was at AFW, Alliance Fort Worth. In addition to that, each of those, we had a wastewater laboratory, 1 in Tulsa, 1 in MCI in Kansas City, and 1 in AFW, and I managed those 3 also.
All right. So you've got prior experience with managing wastewater treatment plants, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so tell us about any other work experience. How long were you at American Airlines?
Oh, about 20 years.
All right. And since then, have you had further work experience that's pertinent to this case?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, working with the airlines, many times I've been asked to look at unknowns in the cargo area of the aircraft. Sometimes people do not obey the rules and bring things onto the aircraft they shouldn't, and sometimes they leak. And so one of my job's responsibilities from a forensic perspective was to determine what is the material in the belly of the aircraft. And after American Airlines, Oklahoma State University offered me a position, and so I became the director of the environmental science graduate program in Tulsa at OSU Tulsa. And I taught many courses, but relevant to this case. One is environmental chemistry, is a graduate level course in environmental chemistry in which we address forensic issues. And forensics, again, excuse me, is to identify what are the molecules and how much. And a good example, in this room, if someone smelled a petroleum distillate, and we all know what petroleum distillates smell like, if I could take just a small air sample, I could tell you it was gasoline, or it was diesel, or it was Jet A fuel, or mineral spirits, etc. That's the idea of environmental forensics. In addition to that, I could give you how strong it is. What's the concentration?
And I think you mentioned this, but you've had experience with running laboratories, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
All three facilities had their own wastewater laboratory. So we did the normal protocols that a wastewater laboratory like the city of Enid does. In addition to that, due to the materials on the bases, we did a lot more analysis. For examples, metals and those kinds of things.
All right. And you mentioned one of your professional organizations was the director of the OSU Technical Research Center. Any other professional organizations that you're participating in?
I'm a member of the EFO, Environmental Federation of Oklahoma. I am a CHMM, a Certified Hazardous Material Manager. That is a nationwide or worldwide certification process. I am the Vice Chair of the ODEQ, Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, their Hazardous Waste Board.
And then how about the environmental science program at OSU? Have you been?
Yeah, I was the director of that. And also I taught courses in hazardous waste management, environmental chemistry, bioremediation, and several other courses.
And so I want to talk about a little bit more about your teaching experience at Oklahoma State. You said you've taught environmental chemistry, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve these QACs that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir. We went over all different kinds of what I call emerging contaminants, and QAC is considered a emergent contaminant. Going over, again, from a chemistry perspective, the bonding, more of the theoretical kind of bonding, and also the interactions between QACs and other molecules.
So you taught college students about QACs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then how long did you teach environmental chemistry?
Oh, I've taught it both as an adjunct and full-time for approximately 18 years, yeah.
All right, and what other classes have you taught at a college level that might apply to this case?
Well, bioremediation, because it deals with microorganisms, obviously, bioremediation, hazardous waste management. I believe that's it.
Okay, and so have you actually taught college-level courses on wastewater management and treatment plants like we're talking about here?
I apologize. I don't have my CV in front of me. I taught both undergraduate and graduate courses in wastewater design. I do apologize, yeah.
And so that is how to design a plant and operate a plant like we're talking about here?
That is correct. That is
All right.
correct.
And I'm going to digress, but should a properly managed wastewater treatment plant have contingency plans for plant upsets?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right. And what things should a plant have a contingency plan
We
for?
always had anti-foam material, and an anti-foam material is exactly what you would think it is. It's a chemical you spray onto the wastewater if it starts to foam. because people do not want to see foam coming out of manholes, even if it's non-toxic, even if it's like a bubble bath kinds of soap. People do not want to see that, and by applying an anti-foam, it destroys the bubbles.
All right, and when we're talking about wastewater treatment plants like this, is it expected that from time to time there may be upsets?
Yes, sir.
And so do you have to plan for those in advance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have managed and overseen 5 wastewater treatment plants, is that right?
That is correct.
And did any of those plants have a treatment system similar or the same as what Enid has here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you done forensic investigations, or what I'm going to call fingerprinting investigations before?
Yes, sir.
And tell us just a little bit about your experience in that regard.
I have done many different kinds of forensic investigation to the extent of specifically petroleum products. There is let's say a petroleum distillate on a river or creek, and they want to know what it is, and that's where I get called in to find out what is the material on the creek. Is it Jet A fuel? Is it kerosene? Is it gasoline? Whatever it is. I've done this in creeks, in soil. I've actually done this in the inside of a cave, the air inside of a cave.
All right. And is there just a typical scientific process that one goes through to do a forensic or fingerprinting analysis?
Yes, sir. There are standard protocols that we do use to determine what the material is.
All right. And so in this case, we're talking about the part of the treatment plant that's called the nitrification plant, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is nitrification?
Nitrification is, in simplistic term, is microorganisms converting ammonia and oxidizing the ammonia to nitrate to nitrite.
Okay. And so, and what do you use in a nitrification plant to convert ammonia?
Microorganisms.
And we've been calling them throughout this hearing bacteria, or I call them the bugs. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Are you good with that terminology?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what type of bugs are typically used in a nitrification plant like this?
Use 2 different kinds, heterotrophic, and the word hetero means that taking food from the outside, and autotrophic, auto actually makes its own food for energy.
So there's 2 kinds of bugs in the nitrification plant, the heterotrophic bugs and the autotrophic bugs.
Yes, sir.
And so what's the typical mix or proportion of those bugs in a nitrification plant?
If you look at peer-reviewed journal articles, it varies. It goes from anywhere from 96% hetero, 4% auto, to 98% hetero, to 2% auto. But the bottom line is it's very high, almost predominantly, let's just average 97 to 98% hetero and just 2 to 3% auto.
Okay, and so as a practical matter, are almost all the bugs heterotrophic?
Yes, sir.
And because of that, do people commonly refer to these as heterotrophic nitrification systems?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about these heterotrophic bugs that are 98% of the nitrification here. Are they sensitive? Are they hardy? Tell us a little bit about that.
The word that we use is the word robust. And the word robust is, the reason why it is, and I'll give you an example specifically for the city of Enid. let's assume that there are approximately, in the last census, 19,000 households connected to the sewer, the sanitary sewer. And at the last census, there's approximately 51,000 individuals in Enid. But 19,000 individuals, 19,000 households with a washing machine, toilets, sinks, and all of that water, wastewater, containing, when you think about everything in the world, from poultry blood, could be cow blood, someone is harvesting a deer, you get some deer blood, fruits and vegetables, and when you think about also personal products like shampoo, conditioner, all of that goes to the wastewater plant. And also, I cannot emphasize this enough, when I would teach environmental chemistry and I had a list of what products contain quats, it's literally a full page. But you can imagine every single day, every day, all of that's being washed, and these bugs have adapted. We call them, they've acclimated. They've acclimated to this, so they become robust.
And is it fair to say that because the bugs on a daily basis are seeing so many very different things coming in varying amounts, that you need hardy, robust bugs that can deal with those differences, right?
Yes, sir.
And over time, if I'm understanding you, they acclimate, they get used to this, correct?
Yes, sir. They certainly do acclimate.
And do these heterotrophic bugs, do they nitrify ammonia?
Yes, sir, they do.
And did you look at the city of Enid's bugs or biomass to confirm that its mix of heterotrophic bugs to autotrophic bugs is in this proportion that you just gave us, the high 90% heterotrophic and very small autotrophic?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you're a chemist. Would you describe yourself as an environmental chemist?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what's the difference between an environmental chemist and just a chemist?
Yeah. Chemistry is broken up into, for lack of a better term, pigeonholes. You have inorganic chemists that deal with metals, organic chemists that deal with anything with carbon. You have all different kinds of chemists. And environmental chemists, we sort of cross all of these, the bridges of all of them, because you have to know metals, you have to know organics, you have to understand toxicology. You really have to bridge the gap of all of those disciplines.
And so, as an environmental chemist, are you familiar with the chemistry of QACs?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. And are you familiar with the toxicity of QACs and what levels of QACs are necessary to kill the bugs in a wastewater treatment like this?
Yes, sir.
And do you consider yourself to be an expert in QACs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to talk about QACs in general now. What are potential sources of QACs in a wastewater system?
Yeah. And it's probably easier to ask the question, what product at your household does not contain QACs? And people are shocked that their shampoo, their conditioner, when you think about when you have a child has a scrape and you take that Bactine and you spray the Bactine on the open wound, that has QACs. People are surprised your eye drops to keep them sterile have QACs. Contact lens cleaner, QACs. It is in most detergents for clothing, for dishwashing. It is, again, I'm trying to think things that don't have them. That's how prevalent they are in your household.
And I'm just going to run through a series of things here, and you
Yes, sir.
tell me if they have QACs in them. Mouthwashes.
Oh, yes, mouthwash, yes, sir.
Household cleaning products.
Yes.
Shampoos, conditioners, and hair styling products.
Yes.
Soaps and body washes.
Yes.
Laundry detergents and sanitizers.
Yes.
Dishwashing liquids.
Yes.
Fabric softeners.
Yes.
Floor cleaners.
Yes.
Swimming pool and hot tub products.
Yes.
Hand moisturizers.
Yes.
Sunscreen.
Yes.
I think you mentioned eye drops.
Yeah.
Contact lens solution.
Yes.
Car wash soaps and polishes.
Yes.
Janitorial cleaning products.
Yes.
Sink and toilet cleaning products.
Yes.
Yard pesticides.
Yes.
Yard herbicides.
Yes.
Stormwater runoff.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so when people use these things that we just talked about that had QACs in them, where do they go?
They are all washed to the sanitary sewer, and it ends up at the POTW, the publicly owned treatment works.
And so when we're talking about Enid now, and there's 19,000 households connected to the water system, and there's 51, I think Mr. Brandenburg said 52,000 people, are QACs from all of these products from 51,000 people going into the sewer system?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we know this, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
And wastewater treatment plants know this, do they
Yes,
not?
they do. Yes, sir.
And these plants are designed to handle that, are they not?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Did COVID-19 impact in any way the household use of QACs?
Absolutely. With COVID, there were classrooms that they were fogging with QACs. I mean, literally fogging every classroom, wiping down every single desk, wiping down the floor. The amount of QACs purchased during COVID, it grew astronomically.
And what types of industries are heavy users of QACs?
This is a good example. Poultry uses a lot of QACs to keep everything sanitary. So any kind of poultry industry, any kind of food industry, whether you're making burgers or making chicken, beef, whatever it is, anything that we eat that they want to keep sanitary, they use QACs.
All right, and I want to just go through kind of a list of that. Hospitals?
Oh, hospitals, when you think about after every surgery and there's blood on the floor or blood on the gurney, obviously it has to be sanitized. They are using QACs, and everything is then squeegeed or mopped down into a drain. That drain goes to the sanitary sewer.
Hotels?
Yes, sir.
Schools and universities?
Yes, sir.
Janitorial services?
Yes, sir.
Car washes?
Car washes, yes, sir.
Restaurants?
Restaurants.
Laundromats?
Laundromats.
Okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
industries like Mid-Continent, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do all of the QACs from all of these industries, do they go into the sewer system?
Yes, sir, they do.
And wastewater treatment plants know this, and they're designed to handle those, are they not?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I think Dr. Stover said there were something like 260 odd QACs. Do you generally agree with that number?
Yeah, there are hundreds. I don't know the exact number because obviously we're looking to design, develop more every single day, more effective ones. But yes, that's a ballpark value. Yes, sir.
And as a chemist, are you able to differentiate between these 200 QACs? Can you tell them apart is what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And we use an instrument called a mass spec. And what the mass spec does, if I could demonstrate this with my water bottle, it shoots like an electron beam into the molecule and fragments it. The fragmentation pattern, what is amazing, every QAC has a separate and unique fragmentation pattern. So we can clearly differentiate between the two QACs by the fragmentation pattern.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about mass spectrometry, because those are the tests that the city had run at Effluency Lab and at the SPL lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it said, I think those were liquid chromatograph mass spectrometry. That's a mouthful. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
We just say LCMS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all these lab results we're going to look at are LCMS, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I want you to tell us a little bit, does the mass spectrometry, does it look for and have the ability to identify every quat that's present in that liquid sample?
Yes, sir. They have standards. You run your standards, and then you run the unknowns. And as it comes off the liquid chromatography, you actually get like a peak. And then each peak needs to be identified. And we do this again by the fragmentation pattern.
And so, just to be clear, if when these mass spec labs ran these samples, if there was any type of QAC in that sample, they should have found it with mass spec, right?
Yes, sir. LCMS. That is correct.
And we've talked some about these samples, but like one of the QACs is benzyl dimethyl decyl ammonia. When they ran the mass spec, they got one of these blips, and they know that that blip is benzyl dimethyl decyl ammonium, correct?
That is correct, sir. First, you have the peak, and then what they do, they identify that peak by its fragmentation pattern. And that fragmentation pattern, for the lack of a better term, is a fingerprint of that compound or that molecule.
And is it important to you as a chemist to be able to differentiate these different QACs when we're trying to do a forensic investigation and find out what killed the bugs?
Yes, sir. Not only do I need to identify each one of them, which, and by the way, in chemistry, we call that qualitative analysis, QUAL, qualitative. I also need quantitative, QUAN, and anytime you say quant, it's how much. So the mass spec will give what it is and how much.
But if we want to know whether QACs from the mid-continent manhole killed any bugs at the plant, we need to be able to differentiate these QACs, do we not?
Yes, sir.
And that's part of the fingerprinting.
That is part of the fingerprinting, yes, sir.
All right, and so I want to ask you now, kind of shifting gears a little bit, about numerical maximum limits for discharges into sewer systems.
Yes, sir.
So there is a national, state, and local system that regulates what can go into sewer systems, is there not?
Yes, sir, under the Clean Water Act.
All right, and at the top, what's the top regulatory agency?
US EPA.
All right, and does the EPA have any numerical maximum limits on the amount of quats that can go into or be discharged under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, NPDES?
No, sir.
And so in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality regulates those discharges, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do they have any maximum numeric limits for QACs?
No, sir.
All right. And looking at the city of Enid, it does have published local limits for some constituents, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it have a maximum numeric limit on QACs?
No, sir.
Now, you've looked at the mid-continent permit that's involved in this case, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it have any maximum numeric limit on the amount of QACs that mid-continent can discharge into the sewer?
No, sir, it does not.
So there's nothing in that permit that says, here's the bright line, you cannot discharge more than this amount of QACs into the sewer system.
That is correct.
All right. Now, we mentioned that the city does have local limits on things other than QACs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, it's City Code Section 8, 3A, 13. But I don't want to go into that in detail. Just tell us some of the things for which the city has maximum numeric discharge limits.
Not only this city, but most cities I visit, always is cyanide. Cyanide is always one of the top of the list because how toxic it is. And it just takes a very, very minute amount of cyanide to destroy a wastewater plant. In addition to that are the metals. Zinc is a good example, cadmium, chromium, lead, the metals also. It does not, mercury is a good example. It does not take much mercury, again, to destroy a wastewater treatment plant. When I say destroy, I mean catastrophically kill all the bugs.
All right. And so for people that manage wastewater treatment plants like this, everybody knows there are some things that are poisonous to the bugs, right?
Yes, sir.
In very, very minute amounts, right?
Yes, sir.
Did COVID-19 do anything in terms of the scientific community starting to study QACs and their potential impact on the bugs?
Yes, sir.
So have there been scientific studies, peer-reviewed scientific studies that have looked at the thing we're talking about here, the level of QACs that are necessary to kill the bugs?
Yes, sir. What is, for the lack of a better term, the bright line that you have a catastrophic event that all the bugs are killed?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And could you pull up Mid-Continent 40, please? If you could go to page 1, please. Page 1. Top, yeah, the top. What is this, Dr. Eade?
This is a peer-reviewed journal article on the issue that we were just addressing.
And what's its title?
Bacterial communities and residential wastewater treatment plants are physiologically adapted to high concentrations of quaternary ammonium compounds.
And did this particular study look at the levels of QACs that are required to kill the bugs?
Yes, sir, it did.
And what is the date of this study?
The date of this study is March 6, I'm sorry. It says received March 6, accepted the 28th. Let me get the exact.
2023 is close enough.
Okay, it's 2023, yes, sir.
It looks like it says it was accepted
Yeah,
for
right.
publication August 28th at the top. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to come back to that and talk about it in more detail here in just a second. But right now, would you pull up MidCon Exhibit 47? And can you tell us what this document is?
This document is from actually a company called Aquafix. It's a private company that does a lot of research on what we were addressing, what is the bright line to catastrophically wipe out all the bugs.
Okay, and does Aquafix do this research because they actually design and manufacture products to treat QACs?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you know who conducted this study that we're looking at, this Aquafix study?
I apologize. I forgot his name. I chatted with him over the phone, and I apologize. I forgot his name.
Is it Kevin Ripp?
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah.
And what's his nickname?
His nickname that he goes by, this is what he goes by, the Bug Man. Like bug is microorganism. Yeah.
And that's because he's devoted his career to this, right?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that, but can we call that the Aquafix study?
Right.
Would you pull up EAD 6?
Is this a demonstrative, Mark?
Yes. We're going to look at this in some detail, but Dr. Eade, is this a demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what it is, just generally.
I went to the peer-reviewed journals, scientific journals, to look at the different studies regarding what is the bright line to catastrophically wipe out all the microorganisms at a wastewater plant.
And is this a summary of that scientific literature?
Yes, sir, it is a summary.
All right. So I'd like for you to just walk through this summary with the board on what the scientific literature, well, I'll tell you what, before we do that, are these scientific conclusions we're going to talk about the result of experiments and studies that they run?
Yes, sir.
And tell the board how they go about determining what level of QACs will kill the bugs.
If I could sort of make an analogy, if I had a minnow in here and I were to put just 1 microgram, let's just say, of a substance, chlorine, and nothing happened, then I would try 2 micrograms, 3, 4, 5, and keep going until such time I could see that the minnow died. They use microorganisms instead of a minnow, and they keep adding additional quats to the microorganisms to try to figure out at what level do the microorganisms, do they have a catastrophic event and they all die.
And you're using catastrophic event. Why? Why do you keep referring to that?
Well, I believe Mr. Ferguson on day 1 used that term, and it's a very appropriate term.
And so, and you heard Dr. Stover testify that the event we're talking about here wiped out the bugs, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I believe he also said in one of his letters to ODEQ that there was a complete loss of these bugs.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And so when we're looking to find out what level is harmful, we're looking at the level that would cause that event, right?
That is correct. We're looking for that bright line to cause this catastrophic event. Yes, sir.
And here, when they do these studies, they actually put the bugs, the same kind we're talking about here, on a slide, and they then subject those bugs to these different levels of QACs, and they watch what happens to them, right?
Yeah, probably a petri dish versus a slide, but you are correct. It's done, we say, empirically. This is not theoretically, this is empirically. In other words, they actually do this, then look at the results.
Okay, and so they can tell at these different levels by actually looking at the bugs at what levels they start dying and at what levels they're wiped out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with the benefit of that, I'd like for you to just walk us through and tell the board what these scientific studies say in terms of what level is required to kill the bugs.
Good. First of all, I apologize about my pronunciation of some of these names, but we'll go through each one of them. Hagea and Pavlophasis, 2012, fate and effect of benzalkonium chlorides in a continuous flow biological nitrogen removal system treating poultry process wastewater. The journal was Bioresource Technology, volume 118, page 73 through 81.
And they ran one of these studies, and what did they find?
Quote from the journal, high nitrogen removal efficiency was achieved even after feed BAC concentration was stepwise increased to 120 milligrams per liter, period. Batch nitrification assays performed before, during, and after BAC exposure showed that rapid microbial acclimation, my mistake, and BAC biodegradation contributed to the recovery of nitrification, achieving efficient and stable long-term BNA, biological nitrogen removal process system operation.
And that's a bunch of scientific language to me. Can you interpret it for us?
They kept increasing the dose into 120, and they believed that the bright line was about approximately 120 parts per million or milligrams per liter.
And the bright
Quat.
line there being?
That it would catastrophically kill the microorganisms.
By a scientific experiment, that's what they found, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to the next one, if you can scroll down just to number 2 here.
This is from Dr. Clifford Lang, WEFTEC Connect 2020. It was October 2020. It was the proceedings of the Water Environmental Federation. And if I could read this, quote, due to the biocidal properties, QACs have potential impacts on organisms in achieving sludge and anaerobic processes. It was revealed in literature that QACs have an adverse effect on nitrification and denitrification. Moreover, it was reported that QACs at a concentration of 50 milligrams per liter adversely affect the anaerobic degradation, which resulted in significantly reduced methane production and accumulation of volatile fatty acids.
And here, even at 50 milligrams per liter, some of the bugs are still alive, are they not?
That is correct.
Okay. But in terms of their study, what did they have a bright line of what amount of QACs is necessary to kill the bugs?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
50 milligrams per liter, which is parts per million. It says adversely affected. So it's going to be something above 50 to wipe them all out. At 50, my interpretation, they start to die.
Okay. And I want to pause here for a second. We've heard this name, Dr. Lang, somewhere before. Do you know where we heard that?
Yes, sir. On the chemical analysis of the companies called Effluent with the city of Enid. I believe he works for that company.
And this is the Dr. Lang that Dr. Stover said he had consulted with. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And that same Dr. Lang here has a scientific published study result that said that it took at least 50 milligrams per liter to start killing the bugs.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go to the third reference here, if we could. Tell us about this publication.
The authors are Tezel and Pavlophasis. Date 2009. The title of the article, Transformation of Benzalkonium Chloride Under Nitrate Reducing Conditions. The journal is Environmental Science and Technology, 43,5, page 1342 to 1348.
And what did this study conclude?
Quote, the effect and transformation potential of benzalkonium chlorides, BACs, under nitrate-reducing conditions were investigated at concentrations up to 100 milligrams per liter in batch assays using a mixed mesophilic 35 degrees C methogenic culture. Glucose was used as the carbon energy source, and the initial nitrate concentration was 70 milligrams, uppercase N backslash L, uppercase N backslash uppercase L, period. Dissimilatory nitrate reduction to ammonia, DNRA, and to dinitrogen, DNRN, were observed at BAC concentrations up to 25 milligrams per liter. And at above 50 milligrams per liter, BAC per liter, DNRA was inhibited and DNRN was incomplete, resulting in accumulation of nitrous oxide.
And so in this study, did it take 50 milligrams per liter to start killing the bugs?
Yes, sir.
But even then, they weren't wiped out, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Took a higher level than 50.
Higher level.
And that agrees with Dr. Lang's study, does it not?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Let's look at the next reference, number 4 on page 2. Tell us about this study.
This study was conducted by Aquafix. The name of the study is Aquafix Quaternary Ammonium Cations, parenthetically QAC or QUAT. Study's background: understanding and treatment of QUAT interactions with wastewater plants. Quote, we measured significant reduction in ammonium removal at 25 parts per million dose rate of QUAT, and it took about 50 parts per million of QUAT to damage heterotrophic bacteria, enough to cause significant reduction in COD removal.
And again, does this study show that it takes 50 milligrams per liter or parts per million of QACs to begin killing the bugs?
That is correct, sir.
But then it would still take a higher dose than that to wipe them out.
Yes, sir.
And this study then also is in line with the 2 prior studies we just saw.
That is correct.
And this is the Aquafix study we talked about a minute ago, correct?
Yes, sir, from the Bug Man.
And did you talk to the Bug Man, Kevin Ripp, to make sure you understood how he had done his study and that you were properly interpreting his conclusions here?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that.
I just wanted to ensure when I read this that essentially to confirm his data, and he did confirm it to me over the telephone.
I want to have you pull up the city exhibit 36. If you could go to the top, please. Yeah. Do you remember when Dr. Stover was testifying that the city's attorneys took him through this Exhibit 36?
That is correct.
And let's look at page 2 of this. And you see at the bottom there on page 2 of this illustration, it says Team Aquafix. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And let's look at the third page of this Exhibit 36. Have you seen these before?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Let's pull up Mid-Continent Exhibit 47. And we're back to the Aquafix study that we pulled up just a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go to page 2 of that. Well, there it is. Does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the same Exhibit 36 that the city introduced, right?
It looks identical.
Yeah. Let's go to the next page. And here's another one of those, the one that says Team Aquafix at the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And let's scroll down to the third one here, the next page. This is the third illustration out of the Aquafix study that the city introduced as their Exhibit 36, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But this is the study that says it takes at least 50 milligrams per liter to start killing the bugs, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Stover didn't mention that when he was talking about these illustrations that came right out of the Aquafix report, did he?
That is correct.
All right. Let's go back to EAD 6, please. And go down to reference 5. Perfect, thank you. Tell us about this study, Dr. Eid.
The authors, Hygeia and Pavlophasis. This publication was 2013. The name of the study was Modeling the Fate and Effect of chlorides in a continuous flow biological nitrogen removal system treating poultry processing wastewater. The journal was Bioresource Technology, volume 130, page 278 to 287.
And what was the conclusion they reached from their scientific study?
High nitrogen removal efficiency was achieved after the feed of BAC concentration was stepwise increased up to 120 milligrams per liter. Batch nitrification assays performed before, during, and after BAC exposure showed that rapid microbial acclimation of BAC biodegradation contributed to the recovery of nitrification, achieving efficient and stable long-term BNR system operations.
And is it fair to say that their study determined that even at 120 milligrams per liter, the bugs were not wiped out?
That is correct.
And what do they attribute that to here?
The bugs, for the lack of a better term, they get used to certain chemicals. They acclimate to certain chemicals. They acclimate to quats.
And that's what they say in this report?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then let's go to the last one, number 6 here, if you could tell us about that study.
The authors, I'll just say Chang, Zhang, comma, and I'll just put et al. The name of the study, quaternary ammonium compounds, QACs, colon, a review on occurrence, fate, and toxicity in the environment. The journal was The Science of the Total Environment. Volumes 518 to 519, published 2015, pages 352 to 362.
And what was the conclusion after they conducted their scientific study?
Quote, methanogens, which play a crucial role in the anaerobic digestion process, were inhibited with a high concentration of QACs greater than 50 milligrams per liter BAC, resulting in accumulation of volatile fatty acids and lower removal efficiency of chemical oxygen demand.
And so, again, in layman's words, did they find it took at least 50 milligrams per liter to start killing the bugs?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeing consistencies in all of these quad studies and the conclusions everybody's reaching here in terms of what levels are necessary to kill the bugs?
My conclusion, when you have robust, heterotrophic microorganisms who have acclimated to QACs, they can tolerate QACs up to 50 parts per million. Above 50, they start to die.
Okay, and for a total wipeout or a total catastrophic failure, what levels are you seeing are required to do that?
Each study is different, but it's going to have to be a significantly larger than 50, significantly. I don't know if it's going to be 200, 150. I don't know.
Okay. And is there a bright line that emerges out of these studies in your mind?
In my opinion, it is 50 milligrams per liter, which is parts per million.
That is the bright line on what's required to kill the bugs?
It's start killing the bugs.
Okay. I'd like to pull up City Exhibit 46 and go to page 3. Do you recognize this, Dr. Reed?
Yes, sir.
These are the QAC levels found at the inlet of the plant at the time in question that this upset was going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've got values for May 20th, May 21st, and May 22nd, right?
That's correct.
And it says influent, but what is the plant influent?
The influent is where the water is introduced into the bugs, for lack of a better term. Whatever is in the influent, that water will be next introduced right into the bugs.
Okay. And so in your opinion, is this the pertinent water to be looking at?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Because this shows the QAC content of the plant water right before the bugs saw it, right?
That is correct.
So if they died from QACs, they died from the QACs that are in this influent water that we're looking at right here.
That is correct, sir.
From a forensic investigation standpoint, would you want to look at individual QAC levels at manholes, or do you want to look at the plant influent?
The plant influent is the most critical,
And why is that?
because that is what the bugs are going to be exposed to. You can have a very high level in a manhole, but about the time it gets to the influent, it may be below detection limits.
All right, and why is that?
When you think about this, if I could make an example, 8 ounces is a cup. If I take my 2 hands, it's about 1 cup. If I take a cup of milk and go to the manhole next to Mid-Continent, at first, if I analyze the milk in my 2 hands, it's going to be high in concentrations, high in concentration milk. If I now pour that milk into the manhole, and then now it's mixed with 7 to 8 million gallons of the 51,000 residents of Enid, about time you mix everything, it's not uncommon that at the influent, it is below detection limits.
Okay, and so with the benefit of that, I want to ask you, well, first of all, on this Exhibit 46, page 3, and Dr. Stover identified these, but the QACs that are involved in this case are those that appear above that non-ionic surfactants, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 QACs that were found at the inlet of the plant, correct?
Yes, sir.
So on May 20th of 2025, while this plant upset is in process, what was the total level of quats that were found at the inlet of the plant?
12.59 milligrams per liter.
And based on all the scientific literature and the studies that have been done, was that enough to kill the bugs?
In my opinion, no, sir.
All right. And so let's look at May 21st of 2025. What was the total level of QACs at the plant inlet on that day?
6.76 milligrams per liter.
Was that enough to kill the bugs?
No, sir.
And now let's look at May 22nd. What was the level of QACs at the plant inlet on that day?
11.74 milligrams per liter.
Was that enough to kill
No,
the
sir.
bugs? Those values are all way below this 50 milligram per liter bright line that we've talked about, are they not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So based upon your review of these scientific peer-reviewed studies and your prior experience with QACs, are these low levels of quats that we see at the plant inlet, were they enough to kill the bugs?
No, sir.
In your expert opinion, did QACs kill the bugs or cause the plant upset?
No, sir.
And can you say that with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir.
Have you performed an investigation to determine whether the QACs found at the Mid-Continent manhole were at the plant inlet at the time of the plant upset?
Yes, sir.
And tell us how you went about doing that.
What I did was I looked at each of the QACs and then look at the mass of them, because on forensics, we do mass per mass or percent by weight. So this exhibit, the one in front of you, you can see that the QACs, each one has a value next to it. Those values are in parts per million. And then what I did, the same thing at the manhole number 20 next to Mid-Continent, I did the exact same thing. And to make it easier to visualize this from a forensic perspective, I made the fingerprints of each one of those, sort of a molecular fingerprint.
Okay, and we're going to come to that in just a second, but what you did to figure out whether the QACs at the Mid-Con manhole were found at the plant inlet, is that just forensic investigation 101?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Can you pull up City Exhibit 45, please? Do you remember this exhibit, Dr. Eade?
Yes, sir, I do.
And if we look at the top row on Exhibit 45, is that going to show us the QACs that were found in the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, is this the only sample for QACs taken at the Mid-Con manhole while this plant upset was occurring?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
All right. And underneath that row, it gives the date, time, and location, the location being the Mid-Continent packaging. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 columns to the right of that, correct?
That is correct.
And what are those?
Those are, each of them are a different quat. Each one of them is a different molecule.
And so this is kind of the fingerprint of the quats at the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th of 25, right?
That is correct, sir.
And when you looked at this the first time, was there anything that just jumped out or stood out to you as a chemist?
Yes, sir.
And what's that?
If you look at the octadecal, I think it's 1, 2, 3 from the right of this, the octadecal, the dimethyl ammonium. It is approximately 146,300 parts per million.
It just blows all the other QAC numbers away.
That is correct.
And why is that significant in a forensic investigation like this?
It is significant because, again, from a forensic perspective, that is a key portion of all of the percent by weight of each one of these. It is the key one. It's the major contributor. So that, from a forensic perspective, if that is in the manhole at a certain percentage, we should be able to see it also other places.
Like the plant inlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did that become like I'll call it a DNA marker, if you will?
Exactly.
And what did you calculate? Let me say this first. I'm going to refer to octyl decyl dimethyl ammonium as octyl decyl. I told Dr. Stover that, and I'm going to do the same
Great.
with you, so you'll know what I'm
Yes, sir.
talking about here. But did you quantify the percentage of octyl decyl in this sample as a percentage of the total QACs?
Yes, sir.
And what was that number?
Approximately 98% by weight.
So 98% of the quats at the Mid-Con manhole were octyl decyl.
That is correct, sir.
All right. And did you then compare that to the plant inlet results that we just looked at to see what you would find over there in terms of octyl decyl?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
I found 0 or below detection limits of the octodecal at the influent at the wastewater plant.
And I want to ask you a little bit about that. So when we go to the plant inlet and we look at the samples over there, what was the lab detection limits, or what are the lab detection limits for octodecal?
Both laboratories use LC-MS, and generally it's approximately 5 parts per billion. 5 parts per billion.
So even though at the Mid-Con manhole there was 146,000 milligrams per liter of octodecal, at the plant inlet there was less than 5 parts per billion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's micrograms per liter.
Yes, sir, micrograms per liter.
There was no octodecal found at the plant inlet, was there?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I think you mentioned it a minute ago that you've prepared some fingerprint analyses. Would you pull up E3? Dr. Reed, is this a demonstrative that you have prepared?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what this is.
From a forensic perspective, a forensic chemical perspective, I wanted to compare the different molecules, compounds in manhole 21 compared to the influent at the wastewater treatment plant using both percent by weight. Therefore, from a forensic perspective, you can really see the difference in the fingerprints.
And manhole 21 is this Mid-Con manhole that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you go to page 2, please? Or actually, page 3, please. Okay. Dr. Reed, tell us what this third page of this demonstrative is.
Using percent by weight, I thought it'd be good to demonstrate. And by the way, when I do forensics, whether it's a gasoline product, a diesel, jet fuel, whatever, I always use pie charts on all chemicals on forensics. To me, again, it's forensics 101. But you can see there, percent by weight, in the manhole, we find 98% by weight octodecal. Everything else is less than 1%, and they all add up to about 2%. That's how small everything else is.
And so is this, in a way, the fingerprint of the QACs at the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th of 2025?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's almost all green, right?
That is correct, sir.
Because it is so predominated by this octodecal, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's look at the next page. What is this?
This same type of technology, same calculations and everything. This is percent by weight, but this is at the influent at the wastewater treatment plant.
All right. And why does it look so different than the Mid-Continent manhole?
The key here, from a forensic perspective, is you see no octodecal. It's the previous pie chart, it was 98%. We have all these other compounds, but no octodecal.
All right. Would you pull up E number 4, please? And is this also a demonstrative that you have prepared?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does this just show the two fingerprints side by side?
Yes, sir, it does, using the same techniques of percent by weight of the quats found both on the left-hand side, a mid-continent's manhole, on the right-hand side, the plant inlet.
And so comparing these two fingerprints from the manhole to the plant inlet, what conclusions do you draw?
Yeah. In layman's term, this is comparing apples and oranges. This is like comparing apples and oranges. This clearly shows that the material in the manhole never found its way into the plant inlet. The QACs in the manhole from mid-continent are not the QACs found in the inlet.
All right. And there was some discussion with Dr. Stover about CAS numbers. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What is a CAS number?
A CAS number is like having a social security number for a chemical. And the beauty of that CAS number is, number one, it never changes. And number two, the rest of the world, France, Germany, England, all accept these same CAS numbers. So it's like having your own social security number that never changes, but we put it on a chemical. And the reason why we do that, you take the word like benzene, the French may call it something different, the Germans may call it something different, the Brits may call it something different. The beauty of, we all use in chemistry, all the chemists, one CAS number, so we can talk about the same molecule. CAS numbers, and also they never change.
So, as part of your fingerprinting analysis here, did you actually look up the CAS numbers for each of these QACs that was identified at the mid-continent manhole and at the plant inlet?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are you able to say confidently that you've been able to accurately identify each of these QACs and differentiate them accurately for the purpose of this comparison?
Yes, sir.
Now, if there is octodecal at the mid-continent manhole in 146,000 milligrams per liter, and we don't see any of it at the plant inlet, the same day or even subsequent days, how do you explain that?
The reason why this happens and is we call it under Clean Water Act mass loading. Mass loading is your concentration times the volume. Concentration in milligrams per liter, volume in liters per day. So again, my analogy of my one little cup of milk, I could go to manhole, the mid-continent manhole, drop that 1 cup of milk. It's pretty concentrated, milk's pretty concentrated, but about the time it gets to the inlet and it's been mixed with 7 to 8 million gallons, there's no mass spec in the world that can detect milk at that low levels. This is the exact same issue here. Albeit it looks very high, the one on the left from mid-continent, the octodecal, it looks, my goodness, it's 146,000 parts per million. But the volume is very, very small. And about the time it got to the wastewater treatment plant, it's below the detection limits even of the LCMS.
So, to the extent there were QACs in the mid-continent manhole, by the time they got to the plant inlet, they were so infinitesimally small that they couldn't even be detected. Is that fair?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Now,
Excuse me. Are you in a position to stop the, take a break for lunch?
sure,
Oh,
sure.
Okay,
Lunch is here.
all right. You guys want to take a break?
I'll make a motion to
45-minute break?
45-minute break for lunch. I'll second.
All right. All in favor? Cast your ballot. It's 5-0, passed. We'll be back. All 48. Passes 5-0. We are back in session.
All right. Dr. Eid, I think you said this before, but I want to make sure. Is the Enid nitrification plant, is it consistent with this 95+% heterotrophic bugs and small percentage of autotrophic?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so the common language would be to refer to the city nitrification plant as a heterotrophic system, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the studies, the scientific studies that we went through earlier, are they applicable to plants like these?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we've got this EAD number 4 back up. It's your two pie charts side by side. And if I understand you correctly, you're saying if the QACs from the manhole, which is on the left here, and it's the green, the bright green, if those QACs were the source of the QACs at the inlet that killed the bugs, we ought to see similar fingerprints here, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, is there anything that is going on between the manhole and the plant inlet? Any chemical reactions? Any other phenomenon that could explain how the octadecal disappeared?
No, sir. The only phenomenon we have here is dilution.
And you're able to say that as a chemist because you're familiar with the properties of these QACs?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. And are these QACs, and especially octadecal, is it a stable substance that doesn't change form easily?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And when we look at the manhole, we've been talking about octyl decyl dimethyl ammonium. That was the 146,000. But when we look over at the plant inlet, this is Exhibit 46, page 3, but just let's stay on this exhibit. At the plant inlet, there's a different substance called octa, OCTA, decyl trimethyl ammonium. And my question to you is, octadecyl dimethyl ammonium that was found at the manhole, the same thing as this octadecyl trimethyl ammonium that was found at the plant inlet?
No, sir. These two compounds, they have a different molecular weight. They have a different chemical structure. And on the mass spec, they have a different mass spec fragmentation pattern.
Do they have different CAS numbers?
Yes, sir. They have different CAS numbers.
And so in the chemistry community, they're recognized as two completely distinct things, right?
That is correct, sir.
And is it possible chemistry-wise for octyl decyl dimethyl to turn into octadecyl trimethyl?
No, sir.
Just
it is impossible.
Chemically impossible.
That is correct.
Now, in prior testimony, the city has suggested that, well, the QACs from the mid-continent manhole came in as a slug. You remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Stover talked about that, and Mr. Brandenburg just said that a few minutes ago. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Based on your fingerprinting analysis, how do you respond to this claim that it was a slug involved here?
From a chemistry perspective, a slug to me of chemicals, and if I may make an analogy, it would be like a watermelon going through a snake. In on one end, and when it comes out on the other end, it's still a watermelon. These chemicals are going through a pipe. A slug of octadecyl, which is about 98% when it starts, at the end, it's going to have approximately 98 also as a slug. Again, like a watermelon going through a snake. It does not show this whatsoever.
And when we look at this comparison, just side by side, if it was a slug, then the material that arrived at the plant inlet should look virtually identical to the manhole, right?
That is correct, sir.
We ought to be seeing a lot of bright green at the plant inlet if this were a slug, right?
We would see some green. We don't even see parts per billion, not even parts per billion of the octadecyl at the influent.
And so based on your fingerprinting, your forensic investigation, what is your opinion about whether this was a slug of quartz from the Mid-Con manhole that caused this problem?
It did not happen. It's from a scientific perspective, there is no scientific evidence that could show that this happened. These, and you can see them on the screen, we're talking about apples and oranges. The fingerprinting, the chemical fingerprinting is dramatically different.
And if that's the case, could the QACs at the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th be responsible for killing the bug?
No, sir.
And in your expert opinion, did QACs from the Mid-Continent manhole kill the bugs?
No, sir, they did not.
And can you say that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir.
Now, there was some suggestion during Dr. Stover's testimony was, well, maybe what accounts for these differences we're seeing here is that the sample taken at the manhole was a grab sample and the sample taken at the plant inlet was a 24-hour composite sample. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could that account for the differences that we're seeing here?
No, sir.
And explain why.
When you think about a grab sample, and if I could make an analogy, especially in this part of Oklahoma of deer season, if at a manhole we find a deer, we see a deer and now it's gone, and now we have a camera, a trail camera at the wastewater plant, and it's monitoring 24/7. That trail camera is taking a picture every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The probability, if the deer is going to arrive, is very high. You're going to see that on that camera. That is the reason why, and I fully agree with Dr. Stover, 24-hour composite samples are a very good way of sampling at a wastewater treatment plant because you get to capture everything within a 24-hour period of time. The other thing is, again, we're looking at parts per billion. Parts per billion. If there is anything, and I think Dr. Stover said this, when you look at an SDS, material safety data sheet, and you see 1%, you think to yourself, that's a very small quantity, 1%. But in my world in chemistry, 1% is 10,000 parts per million. 10,000 parts per million. We're measuring parts per billion. This is the reason why 24-hour composite samples are an excellent way at a wastewater treatment plant. And I fully agree with Dr. Stover. However, if any of the mid-continent octadecyl traversed from the manhole to the influent, we would have caught that with this 24-hour camera. He's using a 24-hour composite sampler.
And the deer camera didn't catch the octadecal at the plant inlet, did it?
That is correct, sir.
And that's because by the time it got there, after it mixed with the 7 million other gallons per day, that it was below detection limits, right?
That is correct, sir.
Now, if QACs did not kill the bugs, and that's what you said, what did?
I do not know. I do not know. However, when communities call me and they have these kinds of situations, I send them a list of chemical parameters to please check for. And always my number two, one is pH, and number two is cyanide. Because cyanide in very, very small amounts, trace amounts, is extremely toxic to the microorganisms.
Would you bring up Mid-Continent 43, please? We're now looking at Mid-Continent 43. Dr. Eid, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, sir. This is a list that I send when someone has an upset to please do these chemical analysis. And you'll notice the first one is pH, which was done. The next on the list is cyanide, because it does not take much cyanide to have a catastrophic event at your wastewater treatment plant. Next is phenols, sulfide, VOCs, semi-VOCs, and the next one is metals. There are many metals. Zinc is a good example. People don't realize how toxic zinc is to microorganisms. Mercury, lead, chromium, all those metals. And then you have, and I believe the city of Enid has tested for a total ammonia nitrogen, total nitrate, and obviously you have tested for QACs. So there is a portion of this you have tested. However, some of these have not been tested, and the mixed liquor, which is where the microorganisms are, the same analytical procedure should be used in the mixed liquor.
And so if the city of Enid had come to you when this plant upset first started and said, where should we go sample and what should we test for, is this the list you would have given them of things to test for?
Yes, sir.
And as part of kind of forensic investigation 101, don't we want to look for the things that are very poisonous and toxic and can kill at very minute levels?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. Now, you heard Ms. Cervantes. She testified that, and I walked her through this, on May 20th and May 21st and May 22nd, the city went out and took samples from other industrial user manholes, but they did not test them for QACs. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
As part of your background with plants like this and teaching about this, should they have analyzed that for QACs?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And we know here that we found a bunch of QACs at the plant inlet that simply are not in the Mid-Continent manhole, correct?
That is correct.
And if we want to know what the source of these things are, we should take a sample right then when it's happening, shouldn't we?
That is correct.
And you heard Ms. Cervantes testify that not only did they not analyzed for QACs, but they did not analyze for arsenic, cyanide, and heavy metals. Did you hear that?
That is correct.
And did you hear Dr. Stover testify that at the plant inlet, while this was all going on, although they did sample and test for QACs, they did not test for cyanide, arsenic, or heavy metals?
That is correct.
Now, when we started this case, we were talking about the city had provided information to Mid-Continent pursuant to an Open Records Act request. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And they provided some prior exceedance notices and NOVs to companies other than Mid-Continent as part of that document production. Have you seen those documents?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed those documents to see what type of prior exceedances the city has had to deal with?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
Cyanide and zinc, and both of those are extremely toxic to the microorganisms.
And I want to just pause here for a moment. So these would have been exceedance notices or NOVs to someone other than Mid-Continent, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And these were prior to the plant upset, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so at the time of this plant upset, the city would have known that they've had these excessive cyanide and metals coming in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been out at the Mid-Continent plant. Do they handle cyanide or zinc, things like that?
No, sir. When I was there and the audit, they found no cyanide nor the heavy metals.
Can you pull up Mid-Continent Exhibit 15? And go to the last page of that, please. And if you'll scroll down to the bottom of the last page. I asked Ms. Cervantes about this, but this was her timeline that she prepared and emailed on to other city people. And it says on Friday, May 30th, just tell me what that says.
Wastewater treatment plant received seed bacteria on site. 12:45 p.m., vertical unit was reseeded. 4 p.m., visual improvement in water quality and decreasing ammonia levels observed.
And how do you interpret that in terms of where are we in terms of the plant upset at this point?
The plant is recovering, getting back online.
And then I'd like to pull up City Exhibit 39, please.
You said 31?
39. It would be the first page of that. It's a graph. There you go, right there. Dr. Reed, I asked Dr. Stover about this, but this graphically depicts the effluent or the discharges from the plant from around May 10th to June 9th. Do you see that?
Yes, if we could scroll up just a little so I can see the x-axis. No, up, I'm sorry, the other way. Yes, so I can see the date, yes.
All right, and so we just looked at the time. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm fine. Go ahead.
You see that it's May 10th to June 9th?
Yes, sir.
And we just looked at the timeline that said they reseeded the biomass or the bugs on May 30th, right?
Yes, sir.
And now we're seeing that starting on about May 27th, they start discharging from the plant again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so we can look at May 30th and we can see when they reseeded the bugs on here. Tell the board when, in your opinion, based on these records, when the plant was back to normal.
If you look at the x-axis at the very bottom, it appears between June 3rd and June 5th, so I'd say about June 4th. And in the very top graph, the ammonia, you see the ammonia, how low it is, approximately June 4th, about June 4th.
And so is that when the plant upset was over?
Yes, sir. I should say June 4th, 2025.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so if the city has had any issues after that date, it's not relating to this plant upset that occurred on May 19th, isn't that true?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah. Now, there's been a considerable amount of discussion by the city's witnesses about foaming and bubbling and smells. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Are any of those things toxic to the bugs?
Foaming nor an odor are toxic to microorganisms. I mean, a bad analogy, but we've all smelled dead skunks on the road. There's a stench, but it's not toxic, that odor. And we've all seen foam, even a bubble bath. You can have foam that's non-toxic. The two are simply not related.
So did foam kill the bugs?
No, sir.
Did smell kill the bugs?
No, sir.
If we're talking about what killed the bugs from a scientific perspective, we have to be looking at things like cyanide, arsenic, heavy metals, or QACs like we've looked at today, right?
That is correct.
Now, we've kind of gone through your forensic investigation, your education and training as an environmental chemist, your 40-plus years of experience. And I just want to put it to you this way. Did QACs from the Mid-Continent manhole kill the bugs or cause the plant upset in May of 2025?
No, sir.
Going to pass the witness. Have we been waiting till the end to admit exhibits, or I'm happy to do that now?
Yeah, that's fine.
We did it after direct. It's really
Yeah.
up to
Okay,
you.
then let me move for the admission of Mid-Continent Exhibit 40, 41, 43, and 47. And then we would like to move for the admission of EAD number 3 and EAD number 4, which are demonstratives that simply graphically chart the data and depict it in color that's already in the documents that have previously been admitted.
The City of Enid has no objections to Mid-Continent 40, 41, 43, and 47. We do have significant objections to the introduction of any demonstratives. Demonstratives are per se not substantive evidence. They're not part of the record. These are never provided before today if they're supposed to be exhibits, but again, demonstratives are not evidence, so they should not be admitted as such.
Let's take this in two motions. Let's go ahead and discuss the Mid-Continent regular exhibits first. So willing to motion to either admit or exclude.
I'll make the motion to include the 40, 41, 43, and 47.
I will second.
Cast your vote. Passes 5-0.
And then I would just respond on the demonstratives. You're the board, you're the decision makers. It's in your discretion if you think having a demonstrative and being able to see a graphic depiction of the data that's already in the tables of all these samples, if it would assist the trier of the fact, which you are, then you can admit it, and we would ask that you do.
If I may, and then if Mr. Walker has that's obviously, but as my objection, we don't admit demonstratives. The procedural order is very clear on what exhibits are and when they should have been included. They have been published to the board. I think that's what demonstratives are for, but to include them as part of the record as a substantive information, again, that's not their purpose, and again, I think that'd be significant prejudice to Enid for having never seen them before. And again, I'm not saying they can't be published to you, you have seen them, but to admit them as exhibits, we believe, and we would object.
Just a clarifying question. They weren't exchanged as part of the witness and exhibit exchange lists?
That's correct. We never saw them before today.
Well, I would say one more thing. I mean, again, these are just graphic depictions of the sample results that we've been looking at all week. These samples at the manhole and the samples, same numbers, it's just a picture of this. And if it will help you, we would like for it to be part of the record.
My objection stands as to why. Nothing new there.
Sure.
Do I have a motion?
It looks like we're at a stop, so I'm going to make a motion for executive session.
Second it.
Passes 5-0.
I will make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
Cast your vote. It's back in session. 5-0. Okay, do I have motion?
Can I get some clarification on the demonstrative? We're looking at 3 and 4. Are those the pie charts only?
Yes.
They are the pie charts only?
Yes. One of them, and I think it's,
3 is the presentation.
yeah, 3,
They're separate.
but we would be fine with just that 4, which is the side-by-side pie charts. That would be fine. And
We-
just strike 3.
We don't have copies of this, so I'm really kind of wondering what we're looking at. I know we saw it. My question is it's a representation of the studies that we already have, correct?
Of the lab results in those tables that we've been looking at the manhole and at the plant inlet. It's just in graphic form. And I've got copies. I can give you all, I've given council a copy of
And-
this side by side.
I believe until we've ruled on this objection is whether we want to see them or not. Would that be an accurate statement?
I mean, we viewed them on the screens as they were presented while he was testifying about the demonstrative effects of what he was intending to offer.
So is there an Excel spreadsheet that generated these charts, or how it is being generated? Do we know?
Sorry, Morale, repeat the question.
The data is
Mhm.
being generated through an Excel, or what kind of program they used to generate it, the charts?
Doctor, you used Excel to make those pie charts?
Yes, sir. Used Microsoft Excel, then I did percent by weight.
Anything else the council would like to add?
No, so
It's a continuing objection.
continuing
Yeah.
objection for the same reasons. I won't repeat it, but you know
Mhm.
why, yeah.
I mean, my only comment or concern is like percentage by weight on the total volume of 7 million gallons, or is it just portion of, like, that's the, just wanted to make sure, wanted to see.
It's a percentage of the total of each substance, correct?
Of the QACs, that's correct.
Yeah, because, you know, on the manhole test, and then we've got the inlet test, they're expressed in milligrams per liter. So when he's saying by weight, it's the milligrams that are reported on those test results, correct?
Yes, sir. And the other thing is on this percent by weight, you notice the units are in milligrams and the denominators per liter. So if you were to take a liter of the influent and a liter from the manhole and ask me what is the percent by weight of each of the components, that would be the pie chart. So it's the same data you've been looking at here, just in a pie chart form, because this also is in milligrams per liter.
Based on the questions and the discussion, I do have a little more argument, I suppose, or behind the objection. And a big part of it relates to, again, what is evidence, what is not. These are demonstratives that were not provided before today, and we don't have to give demonstratives in advance. We know that, but at least this part of the discussion seems to imply it is providing additional substantive evidence that was not testified to. I believe Mr. Kata, questioned about percentage by weight of the 7 million, these types of things. And so if this were substantive evidence, we'd want it to be part of an exhibit that we could have looked at, we could have prepared for, and instead this is providing more questions. And again, as a demonstrative for you all to look at it, it has been published to you. We have no issues with it being published to you having copies of it, but for it to be in the record of this hearing, I think it just goes too far as to what a demonstrative is and what we're talking about here.
And if I could just add, when we adjourn and you go to deliberate, and if you want to have this chart to look at as a handy reference to show in graphic form what the lab results are, you will have it with you if it's admitted into evidence when you go deliberate. If you don't admit it in, then you won't have it then. And I think it's an easy way to understand what's in these tabular documents that we're looking at here. So we would just ask that you accept that one side-by-side pie chart. That's E number 4.
I will make a motion to overrule.
For what, I'm sorry?
Make a motion to overrule.
You want it allowed in?
Yes.
Okay.
I second it.
All right, cast your vote. Okay.
He's got redirect.
Cross.
Or cross.
Okay, passes 5-0.
The clarification was just for 4, EAD 4, correct? Correct. Okay.
Dr. Eid, if I could, you went through Exhibit 41, your CV, a little bit, and talked about your experience. You mentioned on there were a few times on there it mentioned doing legal work. Have you testified often?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many times have you testified?
Well, to give you a perspective, my first time testifying was 1976. It's 2026. It's my 50th year testifying. I do not know how many times.
Okay. I was going to make a joke about not being born there, but I didn't know if that would be insensitive since you've been testifying
it's quite all right.
since 76.
It's quite all right.
So, okay. All right. Now, you talked through how you managed and oversaw 5 wastewater plants. I wrote that down. What were those 5 plants?
They're handled aerospace waste.
Okay.
And also sanitary waste at the, I keep saying TWA, but it's the old TWA base. American Airlines bought TWA.
Okay, so confirm that they're all aerospace.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever operated a wastewater treatment plant?
No, due to union rules, I could not open a valve or close a valve. I was never a part of the union. I was in management.
Have you ever been a part of a reseeding process at those 5 plants that you discussed?
At the TWA facility, yes.
Did they have to reseed after some sort of upset?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where those 5 plants, are they aerobic or anaerobic?
The TWA is aerobic. The other 4 plants are physical chemical. Okay?
Okay, so if I'm doing an apples to apples kind of comparison with Enid, the TWA is the most similar biological
Yes,
process
yes,
to Enid's?
Right.
You talked about how some of the things that you've done is teaching how to design and manage wastewater plants. And I believe there was some discussion about how well-designed or good plants need to have contingency plans and whatnot. Do you know of any plant that is specifically designed to handle QACs?
It's an excellent question, because when you think about it, all sanitary sewer plants absolutely have to handle QACs. If not, all the bugs would be dead in a short period of time. And that's the whole idea of how the bugs have acclimated over the many years. So all of them, because again, in a normal household, let's say you have 20 products, you're using 20 products containing QACs, and let's just say in the town of Enid, we have 51,000 people. That's a lot of products being washed down every day.
So I think we should expect in the usual course that a plant should be able to handle those usual volumes of QAC.
That is correct.
Okay. Now you talked about, I'm just running through my notes here. You might notice it follows, Mr. Walker's
Sure,
too.
sure.
So we're going to go through that. We talked about the types of bugs, the types of bacteria,
Right.
heterotrophic, autotrophic, and you had said a few times that you'd looked at Enid's mix, and Enid is high in heterotrophic. Is that right?
Yeah, and not just Enid. Most plants I've seen are high in heterotrophic. That's the most common, 90-something%.
When did you examine Enid's biomass to make that determination?
I never went to the plant itself.
Okay. So
Yeah.
how do we determine, how did you look at Enid's mix of bugs to determine that it absolutely was high in heterotrophics?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was online, but I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay. Now, when you ran through, we talked about, you just mentioned a minute ago, QACs being in everything, and that there's an increase post-COVID, and you were asked, you went through a number of different sort of, I don't want to say industries in the formal we're talking about here, but hospitals, hotels, schools, that sort of thing. You agreed with Mr. Walker that all of those utilize QACs, is that right?
That is correct.
Would we expect an elementary school in Enid to use the same amount of QACs as a large industrial or significant industrial user?
I would think that the highest user would be hospitals, sanitizing, especially in the emergency room and surgery. and all that's going to the sanitary sewer. Also, any kind of food processing like poultry. You want to keep everything as sanitary as possible, as clean as possible. So I would think those would probably be the two biggest ones. This building here, you have the restrooms and probably mopping the floors and those kinds of things. So they probably use QACs in this building also.
And when you're talking about poultry, are you talking about slaughterhouses?
Any food processing, not just slaughtering, but any food processing.
Now, when you talked through mass spec and you told us, this is how you can tell the difference between types of QACs, how you differentiate them, and you talked about peaks. Does each separate QAC have its own peak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so of the 200, whatever, multi-hundred, every single one of those will show up as a peak?
Everyone should have its own peak. Now, it is very uncommon, to be honest with you, that you go to a facility and they're using 200 quats. If you look at Bactine that you spray on a cut, it only has one type of quat.
Well, and we went through the SDSs, right? And each one of those, I think, only
right,
had the one.
exactly,
But
right.
I'm just talking in the general terms. If we're looking at a sample on through mass spec, we expect every individual quat that might show up in that sample would have its own peak?
It should have its own peak, yes.
Okay. Does every single one of those QACs have the same exact structure?
No, each one would be different.
Okay. Significantly different?
Significantly different, that the fragmentation pattern is different. And that's the key. It's how they fragment. And that is, amongst chemists, that is the fingerprints of that compound.
That took us into the discussion about limits and the limits of EPA, DEQ, and whether there are any limits for QACs. Do you know why why EPA has no actual limit on QACs?
Yeah, it's an absolute excellent question. And I think one of the problems is that when you look at I'll just take one example, makeup. And look at mascara, eyeliner, foundation. It is, because it's so present everywhere, it's so ubiquitous, I'm not sure if EPA knows how to regulate these. And the other thing is, in my own opinion, you look at materials under Clean Water Act, cyanide is a good example. We know that just minute amounts of cyanide are very detrimental to human health and the environment and microbes. Something like Bactine, you're applying to an open wound. So apparently, I think what EPA is saying, a lot of the quats are so beneficial, we're not sure how to regulate them.
And I think Dr. Stover at one point, I think it was on Cross with Mr. Walker, he used the phrase, the dose makes the poison. Is that sort of what you're talking about here? We like Bactine for wounds, but how can we determine how much is too much to toss into the system?
Spot on.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Now, we also talked about how the city code doesn't have numeric discharge limits for quats. It has limits for other things, and we went through some of those. There are other things that we shouldn't toss down the sewer, though, right? Like I shouldn't be dumping on my paint, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so there may not be a limit for it. Paint is still toxic.
In enough quantities, as Dr. Stover said, the dose makes the poison. You're correct. Right.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. I'm getting to a conversation here, and I'm sorry to our lovely court reporter for talking over each other. All right. So that took us to, I think, the big part of your early discussion, which related to that bright line number that it takes to kill the bacteria. And we started, you referenced Exhibit 40. We don't need to bring it up, but you referenced Exhibit 40, and I do want to get back up to that. And you said that this study specifically looks at the levels. We talked about Exhibit 47. That's the Aquafix one. And then we had the demonstrative. And I'd actually like to go through a bit of the demonstrative. If we could get EAD 6 up, please. Now, looking at EAD 6 generally, there are 6 references, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Because I stopped at 6.
And
Yeah.
4 is the Aquafix, that's Exhibit 47, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so the others, we don't have in the exhibits, correct?
I do not know if they're,
As far as you know, they may be, they might not be.
yeah, I simply don't know.
Okay. Well, and so, like Dr. Stover testified about the National Institute of Health's 0.525 milligrams per liter, this is the information that you have on what that number should be. Is that right?
I think, to a certain extent, we're talking about apples and oranges. And if I may make an analogy, I can hit my hand hard here and bruise it and hurt myself, but I will live, even with a bruised hand. You can put a small amounts of quartz into a system, and the microbes, for the lack of a better term, are inhibited. But the question I was asked, that this is a catastrophic event, at what value does it take to have a catastrophic event? Not a bruise, but killing.
Okay, and so in as far as the discussion we're having, where I talked about Dr. Stover mentioning the National Institute of Health, and I think it was Aquabio, I'll have to check my notes.
Yeah.
You're saying that that relates to inhibition. You're talking death.
Yes,
Okay.
a catastrophic event.
Okay. And these heterotrophic bacteria that we're talking about, you said they're robust,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, most of them are robust at sanitary sewer plants, because municipal plants, because they accept waste from so many different sources.
Robust, but they can die. They're not immortal, right?
And the situation in Enid proved it last year. You're absolutely correct.
Well, so let's run through here. Let's start with 1 on your EAD 6. And you read this aloud, and it says stepwise. Do you see that on sentence 2 of that quotation mark?
Right.
Stepwise. Does that mean this is an acclimation study?
To a certain extent, they just kept adding more and more and more until death.
And do we know the time frame that was?
I forgot the time frame. I can obtain that information and send it to you if you wish, but I don't remember.
But for our discussion right now, certainly we don't need you to go look it up right now, but you just don't remember right now? Okay.
Right, I don't remember.
And it's specifically treating poultry processing water. Is poultry processing wastewater, that's different than general municipal typically, right?
Well, it's going to have to be pretty robust for poultry waste also, because it can be obviously quite bloody and have a lot of fats and those kinds of things in it.
Proteins.
So, yeah, a lot of protein and fat.
And I think I read it's high in oxygen, right? It's high in BOD?
Yes, high in BOD.
Okay. And sometimes that can spike depending on what comes through. You can have a really high BOD one day and then not the next kind of thing. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Whereas, do we expect BOD in municipal to generally be pretty stable?
It's with enough equalization, and that's the beauty of an equalization tank, that you don't get like this roller coaster. With enough equalization, you do get that, it levels it out.
Okay. Let's go to number 2. Now, number 2, we're looking at, it says Dr. Clifford Lang, and you read this out, and when you read the 50, I want to read this starting here. Moreover, it was reported that QACs at a concentration of 50
milligrams per liter.
Milligrams per liter.
Yes, ma'am.
Adversely affected the anaerobic degradation.
Right.
All right. And this is where we talked about there's a difference between anaerobic and aerobic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go to 3 then. 3, it looks like, I'm starting third sentence, third or fourth line from the bottom, dissimilatory nitrate reduction to ammonia, etc. This is talking about denitrification, right?
Yes, ma'am. Right.
Okay. Not nitrification.
Right.
Okay. All right, now let's go to 4. Now 4, as I'll represent, this is exhibit, I believe it's exhibit 47 from Mid-Continent. It's been admitted. Now, do we know if this is talking about an anaerobic or aerobic system when they're making this statement?
I do not know.
Okay. Can we pull up exhibit 47 if we could? Mid-Continent exhibit 47? Okay. And I think it says that what they did, oh, I'm looking at your, I think page 5. At the top it says they did something to a small scale wastewater system on page 5, but I'm still on page 5. If we could look at that table there. Okay. Now, is this a situation where we're talking about inhibition versus toxicity again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so because what I'm seeing is it doesn't look like it's toxic, meaning the bacteria is not dying until sometime after 25, but it is reducing, right?
That is correct.
Okay, we see it reducing from 93% to 34% at 25 parts per million.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if I look at page 7, the top graph, in this one we see it's again ammonia reduction from 78% to 27 at 10 parts per million. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then by the time it gets to 20, practically dead,
Right.
1%.
Right.
Okay.
But again, this is percent reduction of ammonia on this chart here.
Mm-hmm.
The key, what I was really trying to focus on, how many parts per million does it take to kill, to catastrophically kill all of them? Yeah.
And so let's go back to EAD 6, please. Can we get EAD 6? The
EAD 6?
EAD, the demonstrative, that thing that says studies at the top. I think, yeah, it's still open. Perfect. Okay, so now we talked about 4, talked about what it says there. All right, 5. Now, when I looked at 5, it looks like 5 and 1, they're the same people, right?
Yes, two different publications, but the same people.
Okay, and the quotation here for 5 looks like it is citing number 1. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so
Right.
the same questions, same things we talked about with number 1, anaerobic or not, poultry or not, what does that mean? Those would apply then to 5 as well. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then let's go down to 6, if we could scroll up. Okay. 6 also, this is specifically talking about anaerobic digestive process, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, one of the ones that didn't show up on this study but was an exhibit is exhibit Mid-Continent 40. I'd like just to look at part of that with you. Specifically near the top of page 2. Okay. Now, on direct, when you were asked about Exhibit 40, one of the things you said, this is a peer-reviewed study. It's about limits to kill bugs by QACs. It specifically looked at it in those levels. That's what I wrote down. And I'm looking at here on page 2, and I'm looking at the last sentence of that first paragraph, where it says, moreover, BAC concentrations of 2 milligram per liter or higher in wastewater treatment systems can inhibit nitrification and biological nutrient removal processes. So again, this is, we're talking about, we're reducing them. Your position is, but they're not going to die until 50, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. The analogy of being bruised or being killed. Yes, ma'am.
Can or may, scratch that. We talked about the dose being the poison, right? So may QACs in a sufficient quantity interfere with a POTW?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, we ran through and we, I won't pull it up, but we do have those demonstratives as well where you talked through the inlet sample from effluent and then the May 20 sample at Mid-Continent.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was where we had that 98%, those pie charts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked, when we came back from lunch, sort of the end discussion there was, well, it doesn't really matter that one is a grab sample and one's a composite sample. We would see that fingerprint would show up from the grab sample in the composite. Is that right?
Well, again, my point is, Ms. Cervantes took a grab sample. And I understand why, you need something to do, you want to take a sample immediately if you think there's a problem. My point of saying that is the way a 24-hour composite sampler works, if any of those QACs from Mid-Continent were to reach the inlet, the 24-hour composite sampler would detect it, would collect it.
Is that true if the grab sample was taken during that 24-hour composite? I'll 9 a.m. I take a grab sample.
Right?
My composite sample is from 12:01 to 11:59, midnight to midnight. The grab sample was within that 24-hour period. Would we expect that to show up? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. And what I heard previous testimony that they thought it came in as a slug. Mm-hmm. And obviously, again, it's like, to me, like a watermelon going through a snake. Absolutely.
Well, and I guess my question is more relating to timing. Can we do a one-to-one comparison for grab and composite?
Can you do one-to-one?
Comparison of the results for a grab sample and a composite?
Yeah. I do not know if you can do a one-to-one, but I do know if you look at most wastewater treatment plants, the reason why they do 24-hour composites, just like the city of Enid, is to make sure they get the hydric representative sample 24 hours a day.
And that's the question I'm having about the grab sample. Is the grab sample a snapshot, or scratch that, is the grab sample representative of the whole day?
I don't know. I don't know. And it's a very, I see what you mean. The point, in 1 minute, it could be 100,000 parts per million, and the next minute it could be, you're saying 0?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying, is it a snapshot for the whole day?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if their waste is consistent, the discharge being consistent, yes. But if their waste is not consistent, obviously no. No.
Now, you were asked about, we talked through, you and Mr. Walker talked through cyanide. I don't know that we'll talk about that, but that sort of directed you to the discussion about foam and odor and how I think the example was skunks are noxious but not toxic.
Exactly.
Now, So foam and odors, as you said, foam and odors aren't toxic to microorganisms, right?
That's correct.
But they come from something, right?
Yes, they come from something, sure.
And could that something be toxic?
It could be toxic, or, and again, a bad analogy, but you go to Walmart, all the bubble bath stuff they have that is highly perfumed, and it gives me a migraine. It's not toxic. To me, it's smelly, but it generates a lot of foam.
Well, this is where we get into the dose versus the poison. Could that shampoo have a QAC in it? And that QAC, if I dumped an entire football stadium's worth down, a lot of foam, could be toxic, right?
I guess if you dumped enough 55-gallon drums in a drain, I guess it's possible. Yeah. Boy, there'd be a lot of 55-gallon drums at your house. I mean, it would be quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not household use,
No,
right?
not household.
Unless I'm secretly a repackager or
Yeah.
manufacturer. Somebody will call the city is what will happen, I think, and then have my own problem. Now, you were asked, sort of after we had that kind of discussion, there was also some discussion about how you had reviewed exceedance notices that the city sent out previously, and you were specifically asked about cyanide and zinc. Do you recall that line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the question was, were these exceedances prior to the plant upset? And you'd said yes.
Yes, ma'am.
How prior?
I do not know. I don't remember.
It could have been within several years prior?
I simply don't remember. I don't remember.
Now, I think you and Dr. Stover actually testified pretty consistently as it related to when we saw the ammonia go back. We were looking at the same chart, that sort of June 3 through 5. And I think the statement was the plant upset is over then.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible there's still consequences after the upset's over if we see QACs in later samples?
To me, and I agree with Dr. Stover, the ammonia values dropping to normal levels, it shows me that the plant is back in operations. And again, the wastewater plant, it is acclimated to quats.
If I can just have a brief minute.
Yeah. Do we have a motion to take a break for 10 minutes?
Give you a little extra time.
Oh, sure, yeah. Mr. Ferguson will appreciate that probably as I'm whispering in his ear.
Motion for a 10-minute break?
I will second.
Cast your vote. Yep. Pass 5-0. have a motion to bring back?
Make a motion to reconvene.
I'll second.
Cast your vote. It's 5-0, pass. Back in session.
It's a very fruitful break for me because I passed the witness.
That was a good break.
It was all over for you, huh?
Dr. E, just a few follow-up questions here. And I think you've said this before, but the event that we're evaluating here to try to understand what happened, was it an inhibition of the bugs or was it killing the bugs?
It is my understanding the bugs were wiped out. It was a catastrophic event.
And this is how the city has described that event, right?
Yes, sir.
And is your investigation, is it responding specifically to what they say happened here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you were asked some questions about whether some of these studies in your summary of scientific studies, I think that was EAD-6, whether they addressed aerobic or anaerobic systems. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So as it relates to the city of Enid, which kind of system do they have?
The city of Enid has aerobic.
Okay. And so some of these studies were looking at anaerobic. Tell the board why those anaerobic studies are still pertinent to looking at aerobic systems.
The reason why, and again, the word we say ANA, which means no oxygen. That's what it means. Aerobic means oxygen. We're obviously all aerobic beings. Anaerobic microorganisms, some of them oxygen is actually a poison to them. What is also interesting that anaerobic microorganisms are much more sensitive to quats than aerobic. So they're much more sensitive. So if you have a study and it shows that 50 parts per million, and I'm just going to use a number, is the bright line when they start dying, what that shows also is because to a certain extent it would take even more to kill, I don't know how to put this, if it was 50 parts per million, it would even take more to kill aerobic, if that makes sense. If aerobic microorganisms are hardier and more robust, if it only takes 50 to kill anaerobic, it may take 70 to kill aerobic.
Okay, so if you look at a study on anaerobic bugs, and it says it took 50 milligrams per liter to kill those bugs, what does that tell you about what it would take to kill aerobic bugs?
It would take even more quats to kill anaerobic bugs because the aerobic bugs are more robust.
All right, could you pull up City Exhibit 32? And go to page 7 of that document, please. And you were asked questions by counsel on how you made the determination that the mix of bugs at the city plant was this high 95% plus heterotrophic bugs and very small percentage of aerobic bugs. And you couldn't remember what you looked at. Did you look at this document right here?
Yes, sir, I did. And my apologies, I forgot about this document. I actually went through these and actually have color coded it.
And so, and just for the record, this is the analysis that the city did looking at the dead bugs, right?
Yes, sir.
And it identified each of the dead bugs by name, correct?
By genus, yes, sir.
And you've gone back and you've looked at each of those bugs and determined that it's like 95% plus heterotrophic bugs at this plant, right?
That is correct.
And that's from the city's own data of what they say the mix of the bugs look like.
That is correct.
And you were asked some questions about foam and whether that could kill the bugs. And I think the question was, well, maybe the foam had QACs. Do you remember that?
Yes, yes, sir.
But you've analyzed the QACs, have you not?
That is correct.
And so the foam didn't kill the bugs. And the question is whether there was enough QAC to kill the bugs, right?
Exactly. The dose makes the poison.
And again, we've gone through this, but here, was there a sufficient dose of QACs to kill any bugs?
No, sir.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
No further recross.
Are there any questions from the board members?
I have one, maybe a couple here. So the study on ED6, those look all kind of pre-2020, and then I think you made some comment about how they're emerging since 2020. Is the study still relevant? Is it still pertinent, or might these numbers have changed?
The studies are still pertinent and still relevant, and we're still doing, it's interesting, US EPA continues studying quats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're continuing to study. Have we gained more information that this might have changed?
We've gained more information, but right now, to the best of my knowledge, from a regulatory perspective, EPA has not moved regarding, for example, NPDES permitting. What's the maximum level you can discharge? So
Okay.
there's been no movement on that I know of.
But the 50 parts per million, that stayed the same, most likely?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry. The 50 to start the killing. Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was the only real question I had.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I got a couple of questions. So QAC, you consider them as a organic or inorganic?
As what, I'm sorry?
Organic or inorganic?
I consider them organic
So,
because they have carbon in the structure.
okay, so if it is organic, at what part of the treatment process the QAC is going to be removed in the sewer plant?
And at a wastewater treatment plant, a lot of the QACs end up in the biosolids, and the microbes in there will start using them as a food source.
So, just trying to understand. I'm not expert in the QAC, but I'm just trying to understand. So the quacks going to be digested by the microorganisms, and so there will be some kind of a byproduct from their digestion, or how does this going to happen?
And we use the word mineralization. And the word mineralization, all it means, we're going to break down this compound into carbon dioxide, CO2, and water. And microorganisms, specifically the aerobic, can do that. It takes a while because a lot of these quats are relatively stable, and it may take 1 or 2 weeks in the biosolids.
So this will be at the sludge, what you're talking about?
The sludge, yes, it's sewer sludge. That's a better term for it. Technically, we call it biosolids, but
Okay.
yeah.
You mentioned something about like in one of your studies, like low doses, there will be like your example is going to be like a slap in the hand, so it's going to start there. So at some point, will that go into or like is it? I mean, is there something else needs to come to for them to gain the energy, or is it like from there it's going to start decaying it?
Again, what Dr. Stover said is exactly right. It's the dose that makes that poison. In small amounts, they will inhibit, but as soon as that quants are washed away, they can recover. They literally, the microorganisms can recover. They're quite robust. But if you were to take a slug, and I'm just make up a number, 200 parts per million, most likely you're going to have a catastrophic event. Yeah. What is different, and not to go tangential, but what is different, we're talking about 200 parts like that, but things like cyanide and heavy metals like mercury, we're talking minute amounts. That's how toxic they are.
The other question I was asking, trying to look at on this physics of it, have you guys looked into the travel time from your manhole into the sewer plant, and because of just trying to understand like the what do you call the slug? People are talking about the slug. Yeah. So the quantity that like 7 million gallons is a flow rate, not a lump sum quantity it's going to come to the plant.
Right.
So the flow rate will affect the concentration, right?
Yes, sir. It certainly will. In addition to the manhole by Mid-Continent, it goes from a manhole directly into a pump station. So it's a forced gravity pipe. And I do not know how many hours it takes. It's a good question. I simply don't know to go from the Mid-Continent manhole to the wastewater treatment plant at Enid. I don't know how many hours that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand where
Sure.
the numbers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any other further questions.
Did that open up any questions for council?
No.
No.
All right.
At this point, the respondent rests.
So is this 7 done, basically?
We're done here, so we'll move on to the city rebuttal, if there's any.
The city will have a brief rebuttal for 8.
Okay. Do you want to read?
Okay, so number 8, city rebuttal.
Whenever you're ready.
Certainly. Yeah. We can call Dr. Stover.
Does he need to use that? I do need to re-swear him in. Do we need to? You think so? Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
If we can pull up ED 6, please. Okay. Dr. Stover, have you had an opportunity, maybe brief, but an opportunity to look at this demonstrative?
Yes, I have.
And have you at least been able to look at the quotations and the references that are listed here?
I have, yes.
Are any of these studies relevant to this hearing today and whether QAC is inhibited or were toxic at Enid's wastewater plant?
There's a lot of issues trying to directly relate these studies to the WRF processes.
Okay, let's start with one. Now, this is a study from 2012, and it talks about a stepwise increase in feed BAC up to 120 milligrams per liter. Now, looking at number 1, can we use this study and use the information in this sentence, these sentences, to relate to Enid and Enid's processes?
No.
Why not?
First, it references a poultry processing wastewater. So this indicates something maybe more like a pretreatment facility. So a facility only treating wastewater from whatever poultry processes they reference in this paper. It specifically references this stepwise increase in terms of BAC concentrations. That to me indicates a acclimation study. It was mentioned earlier, was this done on a microscope slide or was this done in a petri dish? I would say likely no. When you're doing acclimation studies, you would operate, in this case related to wastewater, you would operate what I would refer to as a bench scale treatability study. So this could be a liter reactor, a 10-liter reactor, it could be 20 gallons, something like that. And what you would do is you would have to operate the system with active biomass in it as you would operate a full-scale treatment plant. And you, of course, if this is being done for a client, you represent and mimic their processes. And then what you would do is you would be systematically, and this does say batch nitrification, so I'm curious what they mean by that, but you would stepwise increase, in this case, BACs. You would watch for treatment performance. If you saw an issue, you would back off and try to allow the biomass to recover. And then you would, once you saw recovery, you would continue increasing. And that's how biomass acclimation studies are done. So that stepwise to me is a giveaway on this study, although I'm not familiar with the study. It appears to be an acclimation study. These are typically done, and I'm guessing to achieve these concentrations, typically, if I were to perform this study in-house, it would probably be at least 3 months. It might be longer. We've done studies for 6 months, 8 months, a year, and it's all based on the biomass. You're relying on the biomass, and you're moving at the speed of what the biomass allows. Can we use, so there's a bolded section in here, 120 milligrams per liter. Can we use that bolded concept of 120 milligrams per liter of QACs as support that that's what it takes to kill bacteria at Enid's plant? Please rephrase that, or
Yeah.
please state it again.
Well, can we use this 120 milligrams per liter that this is bolded? Can we use that and say that that is what it will take to kill the bacteria at Enid's plant?
I think for anybody familiar with QAC issues, I don't claim to be a QAC expert, I think that number would raise eyebrows.
Okay. Let's go to number 2. Dr. Lang, we've got this here. We've also got some information from you in the record related to your conversation with Dr. Lang, right?
Sorry.
No,
I'm reading these to make sure I'm familiar with
Apologies. We want you to read, so that's good. We've talked about Dr. Lang before. We have some testimony from you in the record related to Dr. Lang in an email where you mentioned discussing this with Dr. Lang, right?
Yes.
Can we use this statement pulled out of this report to claim that QACs at a concentration of 50 milligrams per liter will be toxic to aerobic processes?
So this statement here is specifically saying 50 milligrams per liter, adversely affecting anaerobic degradation. And so my PhD research was actually, the title of my dissertation was Anaerobic Digestion Optimization for Enhanced Renewable Biomethane Production. And so we do a lot of, our company does a lot of anaerobic digestion work. We've done a lot of anaerobic digestion research through the years. And what this statement is specifically stating to, there's been a lot of terminology thrown out like these processes are just very simple and that it's just a one-step process. Anaerobic digestion in this case is not a one-step process. So anaerobic digestion is going to involve organics fermentation to get volatile fatty acids, and your volatile fatty acids are going to be your kind of food source for your methanogens, and then your methanogens take and convert the VFAs, are going to convert them to methane, CO2, water. So the issue here is this 50 milligrams per liter. It's specifically referring to methanogens. That's the bacteria that are taking VFAs and converting them to methane and CO2. The accumulation of volatile fatty acids, there's been mention of other bacteria that are robust. This would be a group we call acetogens, and this is bacteria that are facilitating the fermentation step, and they're converting organics to the volatile fatty acids. Those bacteria are very robust. However, those are bacteria functioning in an anaerobic environment. They are not facilitating nitrification. In this case, it references denitrification, but the ultimate focus is nitrification.
So can we use this statement here to say that, as a bright line rule, 50 milligrams per liter is what it takes to kill the bacteria and the nitrifiers at Enid's plant?
You cannot use this statement for that.
Okay. Let's go to 3. Now, you talked about denitrification, and you used that word, and Dr. Eid and I went through that 3 relates to denitrification, it looks like. Can we use this study to support this claim that 50 milligrams per liter is what it takes to kill bacteria at a aerobic nitrifying plant?
So this is the same situation as or a similar situation to the reference before. It's referencing a different process. It's referencing denitrification. Nitrification is the aerobic process of converting ammonia to nitrite and or nitrate. Denitrification is a process that functions in the absence of oxygen. It is a group of bacteria we would refer to as facultative bacteria. And facultative bacteria can function aerobically in the absence of oxygen with the presence of nitrates or nitrites. They can utilize nitrites or nitrates in their final electron transport chain, final electron acceptor, but they can use that in their final step of metabolism for energy production. That is a fairly robust group of bacteria. That is not nitrifiers.
And so to confirm, does this have anything to do with nitrification or what we've been talking about the last few days?
No.
Okay. Let's go to 4, which is actually, we have that, Exhibit 47, if you would prefer to look at that, but if not.
I would.
You would like to?
Would.
Oh, okay.
If we could pull that up, please.
Sure. If we can get Mid-Continent Exhibit 47, please. Now, before we start, there was some discussion. This particular exhibit has 3 images of what a QAC does to bacteria. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are those correct images?
Yes, I would say they're representative, and specifically the 3rd slide, if you recall, the QAC releases from the cell membrane, and it is still active, which means it can work it can then go to work on another bacterial cell.
Okay. Now, those images, though, those are different than the substance of the study. So let's talk about the study here. We saw this on 4. Can this study be used to support a claim that it takes 50 parts per million of QACs to damage heterotrophic bacteria?
I would say no. Can we view page 5? Can we get the top couple lines just a little bit more?
You can go up just a little to the top of the page. Excuse me.
Okay, so if you notice the very top lines, it says the QAC solution was provided by a local cheese plant. They don't specify what type of QACs. This company is based out of Wisconsin, I believe, so that's cheese plants make sense. But then you notice, you see QAC toxicity studies, the last sentence of the first paragraph, it mentions that this study was done with a one-time dose across 16 hours. If you look at our data from effluency from Dr. Lang, you see that we have data showing quats coming into the plant from May 19th through May 22nd. By the way, that May 22nd composite sample, that would actually not even be showing a full 24 hours because we did shut down flow. So when we shut down flow on the 22nd, that sample would not be showing a full 24 hours worth of flow. This is saying a one-time dose across 16 hours. We received QACs across 3 days, 3.5 days. And so and then can you scroll down just a little bit, please? And so if you look, you see on here, a one-time dose, 16 hours, and the time could be an issue with this study. You show that with a 25 milligram per liter dose of QAC, we have, what is that, roughly 60% reduction. I assume from their percent ammonia reduction, I assume they're talking nitrification. I don't know what other process it could possibly be. So you see a 60% reduction in nitrification, and then when you get up to the 50 milligram per liter dose, you actually see what that data is representing is an increase in ammonia concentration. And you think, okay, well, how could I increase my ammonia? Well, bacteria have cellular components and compounds that contain organic nitrogen compounds. And those organic nitrogen compounds, when you have massive biomass decay, you get lysing, which the QACs actually cause themselves. The lysing, the cells break open, the cells die. You get organic compounds leaking out. Some of those compounds are going to be organic nitrogen compounds. Those will can break down to form ammonia. And so when you have these really high doses, my interpretation of this data, they don't discuss it, my interpretation of this data is you're actually getting cell lysing, you're getting endogenous decay, you're getting organic nitrogen-containing compounds breaking down to form ammonia, and that's how you can actually get an ammonia rise over a baseline condition. So,
And is this a peer-reviewed study?
Not that I can tell.
Okay. So is this something that we can use as support to say that the nitrifiers won't die because of quats until you get to 50 parts per million?
I'd say no. The issue, the 16 hours, what happens at 24 hours? Because I mentioned, and their diagram from Aquafix shows it, that QAC is re-released, and then it's still active. So what happens at 24 hours? What happens at 48 hours? What happens however long you want to go?
Can that QAC still be in the system? Is that what you mean? It hasn't run down the river at that point?
Correct.
Can we go back to EAD 6? I'm looking at number 5.
And sorry
Oh,
to interrupt, but if you look at the effluency data, it shows 12 milligrams per liter coming in, 6 milligrams per liter coming in, somewhere between 11 and 12 milligrams per liter coming in. The biomass multiple days later shows approximately 25 milligrams per liter. If you have 12 milligrams per liter flowing in and it's flowing right out, you don't get to 25 milligrams per liter. So what that shows, and Dr. Lang has it broken down between total and free. So what's bound up in the solids, the total, versus the soluble form. And the free was, I think, roughly a half a milligram per liter. So the QACs coming in, even if they're coming in at 11 milligrams per liter, we find that multiple days later, it's still approximately 25 milligrams per liter in the biomass. So that shows it accumulating in the biomass beyond the influent concentrations, and that is right in line with this 25 milligrams per liter here, except it's multiple days later, and who knows, whether some QACs did wash through or not. So the point is, we had QACs coming into the plant for multiple days, binding up with the biomass. It's not a one-time dose. It's not a 16-hour study. It's prolonged.
And I do want to get to sort of that, we did that comparison, I think Dr. Eid did with the two different samples, but before we do, if we just briefly look at 5, is this something that, I believe in my cross with Dr. Eid, this looks like this is basically a verbatim quotation of 1, is that right?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, so for the same reasons, can we not use this to support some high level is required to kill the bacteria?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to 6. Can we use 6 to support a claim that to kill the bacteria at Enid's plant, quats need to be above 50 milligrams per liter in concentration?
No, this is specifically referencing methanogens again.
Okay, so this is methanogens. This is not nitrification.
Correct.
Okay, so of these, the support for the statement by Mid-Continent that you can't kill the bugs until you get to 50 milligrams per liter, a number of them relate not to nitrification. Is that right?
Correct.
And the others relate to batch processing from a poultry plant. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Aquafix we went through in detail. Okay.
Correct.
Is there a bright line number that someone, somewhere, EPA, whoever, has said, this is what it'll take to kill Enid's bacteria?
No. And that's why when you do look for information related to this, you see ranges. It's because you can't put one number on it because you've got different QACs with different levels of effectiveness. Some are more robust than others, meaning some can have a bigger impact. They may also be longer lasting in a system, so they may not be broken down as quickly. And Dr. Eid mentioned weeks to break down. I don't even know that is proven. I have seen information that indicates they break down with time, but that's going to depend on which types of QACs you have. So there's multiple QACs, there's different species of bacteria, there's so many variables that to say that that's your concentration, I don't think you would be hard pressed, I think, to find somebody qualified in our field to willingly commit to a number.
Do you, if you know, are there any studies post-COVID that discuss these types of ranges or a number for the toxicity at anaerobic plants?
The tricky part there for anaerobic facilities is your anaerobic treatment processes are not.
Oh, I apologize. I misspoke. I meant to say aerobic.
Okay.
Aerobic is Enid's, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Talk me, why is it not, why can we not call Enid's an aerobic
There's
either?
multiple processes happening there. Yeah.
It's more complicated than just, does it fit aerobic or anaerobic? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So for the Enid facility, we have fermentation processes occurring, we have biological phosphorus removal, we have nitrification, we have denitrification, we have regular carbonaceous BOD removal going on. We're facilitating a lot of biological processes.
There was a lot of discussion about and I think some of it even with you originally, about the amount of octal-decal, that particular QAC, in the manhole sample and in the effluent sample, whether that being there. I don't want to focus on that. I want to ask you again, let's talk a little bit about the difference in those two types of samples. Can we do a one-to-one review and say, well, if it showed up in the grab sample, it must show up in the composite?
That's very difficult to do.
Why?
And it was discussed earlier, I can put something into the sewer line, and with the total volume coming into the plant and the dilution factors that occur, it could show up non-detect. Part of the reason we have composite samples is to give us a better picture of what is coming into the facility over a 24-hour period. That, however, doesn't mean your composite sample catches everything, because your composite sampler is still pulling, Dr. Reed, I believe, mentioned 10 minutes, every 10 minutes. You could be pulling every 15, you can be pulling every 30. Some facilities will set them for every hour. So there are time gaps where that's not pulling a sample. A grab sample is a snapshot of what is in that line right now, and that's it. It doesn't assume that your flow is steady. It doesn't assume the concentrations present in that sample are steady throughout the day. You know, we've kind of discussed ratios of QACs to each other. It doesn't mean that that ratio is steady throughout the day. And it's just a snapshot of right now, and that's it, nothing more.
At some point when the plant was turned off, did that water go into the tank?
So it went to a few places. We filled up our storm pond, as I refer to it, and we also had an offline primary clarifier that we utilized to help hold flow, as well as a portion of one of the offline verticells.
And so once the system gets turned on, that held back water would need to go through as well?
Yes, we still have to treat that and manage it in some way.
Okay.
And from a rough guess, I'm guessing we probably had 25 to 26 million gallons approximately that we still had to process through after we were back up and running, along with the regular daily city flow.
Is Enid's wastewater treatment plant designed to handle QACs?
I've never heard of a biological design incorporating QACs.
What does that mean?
So I've done multiple, we refer to them as wastewater characterization studies. And so we will sample wastewater from a facility, and we'll usually do it with time. So it's not just go grab a sample for a day and call it good. I mean, this might be weeks, it might be months. We might collect for a period, we might take a pause, we might collect for another period. But we're usually talking in terms of weeks of sample collection, and we're characterizing for things like organics, nutrients. Those are really our main things. If we're designing fat, oil, and grease, suspended solids, if we're designing for biological treatment processes in mind, we might get into anions, cations, but we're talking a relatively small amount. I've never seen QACs incorporated into a sampling program to design a wastewater treatment plant.
Is Enid's publicly owned treatment plant, its wastewater plant, is it, I think the word was acclimated, is it acclimated to QACs?
It's a tough claim to make.
Why?
I assume we probably have QACs coming into the plant in terms of what I would consider trace amounts, and I'm talking fractions of a milligram per liter. That's another thing that I've noticed has been very loose, is we're saying trace amounts, high amounts, low amounts, but there's never a specification of what that range really is. There's not numbers put on that. In terms of QACs, in terms of trace amounts, I'm talking fractions of a milligram per liter. And I have no doubt they probably are there. However, the amount of foam on our influent and head cell is not normal day for us.
The amount of foam on the head cell, is that from the photos we saw, I think, in Exhibit 51, taken the day, May 20th?
May 19th,
May
yes.
19th, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, I pass the witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
So, do you agree the bugs were wiped out?
Ultimately, yes.
Do Do you agree this was a catastrophic biological failure?
I do, yes.
Do you believe it was a...
Of the nitrification processes.
Do you agree it was a complete loss of the bugs?
Of the nitrifiers, yes.
Okay. And that's what we're talking about here, right? The nitrifiers.
So our data... and
Is that right?
Yes, the
Okay.
nitrifiers, we did see an impact in terms of BOD removal across one day, but we did see a relatively quick recovery in terms of BOD removal.
So in this case, we have to figure out what can completely wipe out the bugs, right? What level of QACs, right? You can just say yes or no.
I don't think it's that easy.
Okay. Now, you were talking about the 6 studies that Dr. Eid discussed. Have you read any of those in their entirety?
No, sir.
Okay. You know they don't have anything to do with this case without having ever read them.
From the information displayed, yes.
And, for example, on the Aquafix study, have you talked to Kevin Ripp about that to see his interpretations of the data?
No, I have not spoken to Kevin.
Okay, and you understand Dr. Eid did, and that Mr. Ripp has confirmed Dr. Eid's description of that study and the conclusions from it, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. And now you just said something a minute ago that you've got denitrification going on at the Enid plant, right?
Correct.
Where does that occur?
So that would occur basically kind of the first stage of the verticell.
The first stage of what we call the nitrification plant?
So nitrification is a process
Okay, but
that occurs at the plant.
We've been referring to that as the nitrification plant. Is the first stage of that this denitrification?
That's where it would occur.
And are those denitrification bugs that are in that?
That would be facultative bacteria.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so
They're
the studies
facilitating
that Dr. Eid introduced today that talked about denitrification, they talk about those denitrification bugs, correct?
Correct, but that process is not relevant to nitrification.
Okay.
It's not the same bacterial groups facilitating those processes.
And is this a aerobic or anaerobic nitrification plant?
Aerobic process, but nitrification only functions aerobically.
All right. And do you agree that with Dr. Eid that aerobic bacteria are more robust than anaerobic bacteria?
It depends on the situation. That's very open-ended.
In general, do you agree with that?
It's all based on the process you're trying to do.
Okay. I thought you were going to say yes there for just a minute.
No, I'm not, because it's not a simple answer.
So it's possible that these studies that were addressing anaerobic could tell us something about the aerobic bugs too, right?
I wouldn't make that leap, no.
Okay. Well, if anaerobic bugs are more sensitive than aerobic bugs, and you knew it took 50 milligrams per liter to kill an anaerobic bug, then you could infer that it would take more than that to kill the aerobic bugs, could you not?
No, I don't think you can make that statement.
All right. Okay. Now, you agree that there's this phenomenon called acclimation, do you not?
I do.
Okay. I mean, these plants would shut down if these bugs couldn't acclimate to varying things coming down the pike at different rates, could they?
That's a difficult question to answer. That's all based on assuming variability.
Now, you agree that there was octyl decal found in the mid-continent manhole on May 20th, correct?
According to the lab reports, yes.
And 146,000 milligrams per liter, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that octyl decal was never found at the plant inlet, don't you?
That's correct.
And you're surmising, I thought, that even though there's a 24-hour composite test, that maybe all of the octadecal slipped through between the 10-minute increments somehow. Is that what you're saying?
It's not only that that's possible, but also that grab sample was most likely, according to the pictures, most likely a 1 liter sample bottle. And so to assume there's assumptions being made that the wastewater discharge from Mid-Continent is consistent throughout the day. And with industry, that's typically not right. And then the variability, the ratios of the QACs, it's also been misrepresented that the octyl decil was 98% of the sample. That was said again today. And I want to make that clear. That's a misrepresentation. It was 98% of the QACs detected. It was not 98% of the sample.
Okay, so first of all, can you answer my question? You're saying that somehow this 146,000 milligrams per liter octadecal at the Mid-Continent manhole slipped by the 24-hour composite sample or in some 10-minute increment somehow?
I'm saying it's absolutely possible.
But I thought
I'm not saying definitely.
I thought you were the author of this was a big slug that came down and wiped out the bugs. That was what you testified the last time you were on the stand.
I don't think I've claimed a big slug in terms of rate, but it is a slug in terms of the mass of QACs that came to the plant.
Okay. All right, so it was a slug that came down in a 10-minute increment and was never seen by the 24-hour sampler then?
Not necessarily. It wasn't necessarily over 10 minutes. We have data showing QACs over 3 days.
Right.
And concentrations that equate to hundreds of pounds of QACs coming into the plant. So it doesn't have to, just because we use the term slug, doesn't mean I dumped it all at once. It could be that it is routinely coming down the drain and it is in concentrations above and beyond the normal baseline of the plant.
And they were hundreds of pounds of QACs that weren't even found at the Mid-Continent manhole, true?
I believe some of them were found.
Okay, but not all of them. So some of these hundreds of pounds came from somewhere else besides Mid-Con, and we know that, right?
We don't know that.
Okay. Now, you were talking about the storage water and how it had some QACs and you had to deal with that. But that's what you're using NutriQuat for, and Mr. Brandenburg said that's exactly why the city bought the NutriQuat, was to neutralize the QACs so you could just discharge them on down the stream, right?
It was brought in as a result of these issues.
Right, but so you poured the NutriQuat in and then you could discharge it on down the stream, right?
We don't actually add it on a daily basis.
Well, he said it was ordered specifically for this purpose during this time frame. Did you hear him say that?
I did hear him say that.
All right, and so you bought the NutriQuat, put it in for this specific purpose, and then discharged it on down the stream, right?
And we have continued to keep it on hand for an as-needed basis.
Sure, but all I'm saying is that once you poured the NutriQuat in, the water in storage was ready to be discharged at that point.
No, it didn't work that way.
Okay. Now, you're here on a rebuttal, end of the trial. You haven't brought one scientific study into this hearing to prove anything you've said, have you?
No, I don't believe I have.
You've not identified one study by its complete name and where it's been peer-reviewed and published anywhere, have you?
No.
And you haven't shown the board quotes out of any study that support anything that you've said in this hearing.
I
Have
did
you?
show the information from the Aquafix, which supports my claim.
Well, I just asked you if you had read in their entirety any of these studies, and you said no.
I've read this one. I've read this one.
Then why didn't you tell me that when I asked you?
You asked if I provided them.
No, I did not. I asked if you had read any of these 6 studies in their entirety, and you said no.
I haven't read the 6 on the reference list, except for this Aquafix study, and I'm not sure that I've read this in its entirety. I've read what was in the exhibit.
Okay, well, let's look at the Aquafix study. Would you pull up Mid-Continent Exhibit 47? And right there, that's where I want to be. Well, first of all, do you think this study applies to the Enid plant?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then, as far as you're concerned, it doesn't support you, or it doesn't not support you, correct?
As far as I'm concerned, this doesn't support Mid-Continent's claim.
Right. Okay, well, let's look at this right here. Doesn't it say that it took 50 parts per million quats to start killing bugs?
Well, the way you would interpret this data, you've got the severe inhibition at 25, and you've actually are beyond a toxic event at 50. So somewhere between 25 and 50, and it doesn't necessarily follow a linear relationship, somewhere between 25 and 50 was your complete toxic event. They just
Okay.
don't have data to support that.
All right.
But again, they show a one-time dose for a 16-hour reaction.
So do you agree at 50 milligrams per liter or parts per million, this study showed the bugs died?
Sure, and lower is what it would
Okay.
indicate.
And you're saying that it was inhibited at 25, but somewhere between 25 and 50, it killed the bugs, right?
This particular study shows it was inhibited at 25 at a one-time dose for a 16-hour reaction time.
Okay, but whatever it was, 16 hours, whatever, this shows, according to you, that it took somewhere between 25 and 50 milligrams per liter to kill the bugs, right?
This study shows that.
Okay, and we know that at the inlet of the plant on May 20th, May 21st, and May 22nd, there was no quat level that was near either one of those numbers. Isn't that true?
That is true for the influent concentration.
Correct, and those were the numbers that you talked about, 12 milligrams per liter, 6 milligrams per liter, 11 milligrams per liter, way lower than what this study says
Which is
would
exactly
kill
why,
the bugs, correct?
Which is exactly why we sent a mixed liquor sample, because we're aware of the issue of QACs binding up in the biomass.
Back to my question, can you please answer it?
What was the question?
The question was, we know at the influent of the plant, right before the bugs saw the water, that the levels were 12, 6, and 11 milligrams per liter, nowhere near the level that this study says kills the bugs, right?
That's correct, and they also weren't there for one time, like this study.
But the answer is correct, right?
The answer to your specific question is yes, that's correct.
Okay, pass the witness.
Briefly. Now, does it, when we're talking about toxicity for bacteria, does that mean it's completely gone?
The way we would look at it is ultimately yes, but we're seeing no treatment. So if we see whatever influent concentration, we would see that same basically going out as the idea.
So when we're talking about inhibiting, we see this numbers go down. Does that mean some of the bacteria is also gone?
Yes.
Okay, so the example of I've bruised myself versus I've broken my hand, is this when we're talking inhibition to toxicity, it's cumulative, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So like specifically in this type of process and considering QACs, the inhibition is going to really refer to the rate. So how quickly the biomass is treating. However, with the way QACs function, with that taken into account, the understanding that QACs basically rupture or lyse the cell membrane and cause the cell to die, the inhibition is not necessarily that biomass is functioning slower. Like say, say you go outside and you work on a 70-degree day, and I give you this list of tasks to do, and you can complete those tasks pretty easy. But then I say, okay, now you've got a fever, and I'm going to have you go work outside on a 110-degree day. You're going to slow down. So that's the idea of inhibition. However, with the way QACs function, we're looking at the rates, but it's likely cell death that is the result of the inhibition until you completely wipe out the population and that process is no longer functioning.
And just to confirm, are QACs cumulative in the biomass?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further?
Nothing further.
Does the board have any questions?
Any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. And we'll move into closing arguments if you're ready.
Yes, I just need to speak with Kent. I sent him a PowerPoint, so I
Okay.
just want him to. Good thing that was empty.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm never that lucky.
Yeah.
We need to address whether we're giving them the extension and the post-hearing submissions and moving it to the next day. Yes. They haven't officially asked, but it may be worth considering doing since we thought this was going to wrap up last week. Give them some extra time.
let's take 10 minutes recess.
While we're working on technical issues.
Do we need a motion?
5 minutes?
We're just trying to
Okay.
load it.
Can we get a motion to recess for 5 minutes to work on technical issues?
I'll make a motion for 5 minutes.
And I'll second.
Cash road.
Yeah, I'm going after.
We're back in 317.
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
All right. Cast your vote. We are in session. Item 9 in the agenda, closing arguments. Item 9.1, closing arguments of the city.
Thank you. And I appreciate the patience with getting this thing set up. I hope it's worth it. I spent some time on it. So let's begin. I just wanted to thank you for your attention over the course of the hearing. We know that this has taken now almost 3 days of your lives, and will take more as we go through. It's involved chemistry, biology, wastewater treatment, permits, sampling, and a tremendous amount of information. And it'd be very easy to get lost in the science. But before we talk about the evidence, I want to start with something much simpler, your job. You are the Environmental Enforcement Board called under Enid Code 8-3H-1, sitting to hear the orders and decisions of the Environmental Compliance Specialist when a user, like Mid-Continent, disputes the appropriateness of the response or validity of the violation. Now, throughout this proceeding, I think you've gotten an idea of what our arguments are for both sides. So although you've not yet heard closing from Mid-Continent, I think we know it's going to be, well, you can only find against Mid-Continent based on scientific proof. We got to know what number it is to kill the bugs. In the opening, you were told only scientists would be able to resolve these issues. But this is not a case about the scientific method or scientific certainty. It is a civil enforcement matter where there is a different standard of proof than in scientific inquiry. Paragraph 2 of the procedural order tells us what your task is. The city bears the burden of proving each alleged violation by a preponderance of the evidence. There are a lot of standards in this state, depending on the nature. The highest is the one that it takes to send someone to jail. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. In criminal matters, that burden is heavy. Now, when a judge tries a case in Oklahoma, she instructs the jury about how evidence is to be considered to reach a verdict. Part of that is explaining this burden of proof. Some civil claims have a higher burden of proof. There's clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence is you must be persuaded, considering all evidence in the case, that the proposition on which the party has this burden of proof is highly probable and free from serious doubt. That standard does not apply. Our standard is the lowest standard of proof that the law requires. What it means is it more probably true than not true? Not scientific certainty, not beyond a reasonable doubt, not eliminating every conceivable possibility, simply what is more probably true than not true. I expect in closing, and we've heard it through the cross-examination and the evidence provided by Mid-Continent, this idea of a different standard. We don't know the exact concentration, you don't know the pathway, you don't know the minute it happened, you don't know the mechanism of each fish death, you don't know the exact dose required to kill, to make the bacteria toxic. Those arguments all have one thing in common. They are asking you to require a proof that the law does not require. The law recognizes that in environmental cases, and a lot of civil cases, they are based on probabilities, reasonable inferences, and a totality of the evidence. If the law required perfect scientific certainty before responsibility could ever be imposed, virtually no environmental enforcement action could ever occur. That's not the burden you were given. Now, your question is, looking at everything that you've heard over the past several days, is it more probably true than not true that Mid-Continent's discharge caused or contributed to the upset and violated the city's ordinance and permits? Now that takes us to circumstantial evidence. One of the themes that we've seen is because no one stood at the end of the pipe and watched the slug of wastewater leave the facility, and we don't know the exact time, we don't know the exact quotient, the city somehow failed to meet its burden. Again, that's not the law. The law recognizes direct and circumstantial evidence. Direct proving a fact directly. Eyewitnesses, photographs, admissions, circumstantial evidence, facts that allow for an inference. If you walk outside, see a bunch of kids holding ice cream bars, you hear music from the ice cream truck, and then you see the truck driving away. No one has to stand up here to say, that child purchased ice cream from the ice cream truck. Circumstantial evidence, we put it together. Common sense fills in the rest. No one watched every event that led to this upset, but we have that same chain of evidence. And when you put that together, it tells a consistent story. So let's go through that evidence. We'll start again with the question. Central question, I've said it a couple times, I'm going to put it up there for you. Because this is the question, is it more probable than not? The board doesn't have to approach this like a laboratory experiment. You are allowed to approach it as fact finders. This is why at the beginning, Mr. Ferguson in the opening asked you to keep one thing in the back of your mind throughout the hearing. Do not abandon your common sense simply because this case involves chemistry. That instruction is just as important today as it was then. Your role, no matter what this evidence has been presented, laboratory analysis, testimony, photographs, your role is to look at the evidence, evaluate it as reasonable people, determine what makes sense, what explanation is more probably true. Now we're going to go through the evidence and I'm going to ask you what the law expects you, every fact finder, to do. Don't isolate every piece of evidence and ask whether standing alone it proves the case. Step back, look at it all together, because this case is not built on one photograph, one sample, one witness. It is based on a trail. And let's go where the trail begins, inside Mid-Continent's facility. For several days now, you've heard Mid-Continent repeatedly say, QACs are everywhere. That's probably true, but it's also misleading. Gasoline is everywhere. Bleach is everywhere. Chlorine is everywhere. The question isn't whether a substance exists. The question is who has it, and what quantities, what are they doing with it? Mid-Continent is not a warehouse that occasionally uses disinfectants. This isn't a school that is cleaning out the cafeteria after a food fight. This isn't a hospital cleaning, well, significant sanitation after various health events. This is a packaging facility, a facility that repackaged products containing QACs, like the 6 that we see, like the 6 that were on Mid-Continent's safety data sheets, 6 of dozens that were provided. This is a facility that received QAC feedstocks. It's a facility that mixed them, stored them, handled them, packaged them, and generated waste associated with that production. It's not just what's inside the facility, it's how those QACs could escape. You saw the SDS sheets, you saw the photographs. We know what they manufacture. You heard Dr. Stover explain what these compounds do. These are antimicrobial compounds. They are literally designed to inhibit or kill microorganisms. Now, how does it get in the sewer? Well, it isn't speculation. Look at these photographs. These aren't photographs of chemistry, they're photographs of pathways. We have floor drains in and around the production area. We have temporary hose, we have hose connections. We have a list here, we have from Exhibit 19. We have chemicals stored outside of secondary containment. We have housekeeping issues identified during inspection. Every one of those represents an opportunity for the product, feedstock, wash water, or cleaning solution to leave where it is supposed to be. Now, the city isn't asking you to assume every single hose leaks or every container spilled or every single floor drain receives QACs. What we're saying is much simpler. The evidence establishes that those pathways existed, and if material escaped the production process, those pathways led directly into the sewer. Now let's turn to Mid-Continent's own words. This is from Exhibit 20. Mr. Harmon, he is a Mid-Continent, I believe he's the CEO or the president, I apologize. He tells us that their procedure and what we saw in those photos wasn't out of the ordinary. This is how Mid-Continent has done things for many years, since September 5, 2020. He also explains that they operate as a closed-loop production system. But notice what the letter's talking about. It's talking about a production process. Again, the city has never argued that product is somehow escaping from inside of the reactors, those giant things that they're mixing. As long as the QACs stay where they're supposed to be, in the production system, they do continue to be looped and recycles. But a closed loop is only closed until the material leaves the loop. August 13, Mid-Continent. Again, Mr. Horman. This takes us to a critical admission. Several months later, they wrote the city another letter. They tell them that waste generated inside the closed loop system is containerized. That's interesting, and I'll get to why in a minute. But for the purposes of this discussion, let's assume that's true. Notice what it doesn't say. It doesn't say nothing leaves the production process. It doesn't say nothing escapes during cleaning, escapes during washdown, nothing reaches the floor drains. Instead, it talks about what happens to waste after already collected. That is a sleight of hand. Watch the pretty closed-loop production process, but ignore all the risks of loose connections, lack of secondary containment, which all occur outside of that system. The inspection shows the many opportunities for material to escape before it ever reaches that container. Now that's where I said a minute ago, I thought that was an interesting statement. I maintain it's interesting, and here's why. It's probably one of the most important admissions that we have. Look carefully at Mid-Continent's own language. It says that beginning on May 22nd, 2025, after the upset in question, they began voluntarily containerizing the cleaning processes in and around the production area. They were no longer discharging material into its influent stream. But, let's see, they'd like to resume discharging the QAC into the effluent stream. Beginning May 22nd, not before May 22nd, 2025, beginning. If Mid-Continent began containerizing waste on May 22nd, where was it going on May 21, May 20, May 19? The letter tells us it was going into the drain. That's not the city's characterization. These are Mid-Continent's own words. Months later, as we heard Mr. Brandenburg tell us, Mr. Horman complained about the ongoing cost of containerizing. Well, why? Because it had been part of their operations after the fact. When you put these things together, the picture becomes clear. First exhibit tells us that the production process is closed. The second tells us that, well, that process was handled differently after the upset in question. The trail continues. Evidence that we've just gone through tells us how it can get in the drain. Where does it go from there? Well, directly into the Mid-Continent manhole, manhole 1P020. As we see here, we've got effluent coming out of the laterals from Mid-Continent. The dye testing confirmed the pathway. Now, the parties have agreed this is an isolated manhole. What we take out of this manhole comes only from Mid-Continent. The industrial wastewater comes from one, domestic comes from another. Those two flows mix inside that manhole, and they leave together through a single outlet into the city's collection system. Now that's important because when Ms. Cervantes or a city sampling contractor opens this manhole and collects a sample, they're not collecting wastewater from the entire city. They weren't collecting it from Tyson or Advance, they're collecting it from Mid-Continent. That's why you heard so much testimony about this manhole, because it isolates Mid-Continent's discharge before it mixes with the city's collection system. And this tells us that whole system in perspective. Now, if we start over here on the right, this is the whole thing. So we see leaves Mid-Continent, comes down to the 54th Street lift station, goes over and into the facility, the plant. We see that here on the left as well. Closer up, there are the two lines. This is Mid-Continent's line. There it goes to the plant, to the lift station, and into the plant. Ultimately, after it gets into the plant, after treatment, then it's discharged into Skeleton Creek. That's the infrastructure we're dealing with. So now let's go from capability, possibility of things happening, to occurrence. Because something unquestionably changed around May 19. This isn't a case where the city just found a chemical and went looking for a violation. Before this event, The plant was nitrifying, ammonia was low, the biology was working. After, changed. May 19, numbers changed, ammonia increased, phosphorus increased. Plant starts foaming. We see foam here in the right at the lift station. We see foam at the headworks. Where else in the city did we find foaming? Mid-Continent's manhole. Ms. Cervantes testified. They popped manholes all over the city. They found it here. She goes looking. This is the place that that foaming was found. All right. Now, how do we know? I told you that something happened to biology, but how do we know that? Because we heard some discussion, particularly on the Mid-Continent's Direct, related to foam and how foam isn't toxic. It's not just benign foam, or it is. It's benign foam. No, it's not. It's not. Bacterial testing showed that the organisms responsible for the nitrification were gone. Maybe the foam is fine, but what caused the foam certainly wasn't. Ammonia oxidizers begin the nitrification process. Nitrite oxidizers continue it. These are the organisms the plant needs. After this event, they're not detected. Right here. Gone. The city wasn't looking for a violator. The city was trying to save its treatment plant. That's why the investigation began. Not because someone decided, oh, Mid-Continent must be responsible, but because treatment operators noticed a process had been functioning normally, now wasn't. When the bacteria responsible for the nitrification disappears, the plant can't do what it's supposed to do. That's an upset. That's interference. So what kind of things can cause biological failure? You heard Dr. Stover talk about it. You heard Dr. Eade talk about it. Heavy metals can, cyanide can, arsenic can, certain surfactants can, QACs can, right here. Now let's ask the next question. What did the operators actually observe? Did they smell arsenic? No. Did they smell cyanide? No. Did they observe heavy metals foaming through the collection system? No. What they observed was foam and a strong cleaning or disinfectant odor. If this had been arsenic, is there going to be foam? Dr. Stover told us no. If it had been cyanide, going to smell like cleaning products? No. I'm pretty sure he said it smells like almonds. If it had been heavy metals, would there be foaming? No. But if antimicrobial cleaning compounds, particularly QAC-containing products and surfactants, entered the sewer system, foam and disinfectant odor are exactly what you'd expect. The physical observations matched the chemistry. The chemistry matched the biology. These aren't isolated facts. They reinforce one another. I tried to come up with a good example for why you don't test for everything, and ignoring the cost perspective that Ms. Cervantes testified to. If I come upon someone who has been shot, and it is very clear, bullet out of them, lots of blood, all these things, sorry to people watching, am I going to test for poison? Not at first, no. Now maybe if this test had come back and it said there were no surfactants, okay, let's start looking. We didn't need to. We saw the bullet, we saw the gunshot wound, we saw the surfactants, we saw the QACs. We did not need to test for cyanide or arsenic or heavy metals. Trail starts to converge. Now, as you'll see, it continues to point in only one direction. Let's talk about those. Let's address one of the themes. QACs are everywhere, says Mid-Continent. Lots of facilities use them. That's true. But as I showed you from the earlier slides, not all facilities use them the same way or in the same quantities. Certainly not all facilities repackage them. Ms. Cervantes testified about the city's industrial users. She was asked how many connections there were, and she couldn't say. She was asked how many significant industrial users. She said it immediately. That's what she's doing. She knows those facilities. She inspects them. She works with their permits. And she told you there are only a handful of industrial users that could do this. Dr. Stover confirmed the amount of surfactants coming in wasn't from a household or a mom and pop shop or a regular business. It had to be from a significant industrial user. When the city worked through that list, it focused on the evidence. Who flows through the 54th Street lift station? Who has wastewater in an amount that could cause that much foaming? Tyson Advance was evaluated. It was sampled. It was inspected. What did we learn? Tyson's different. Tyson doesn't manufacture QACs. They use cleaning compounds in connection with food production. Tyson also doesn't have the same discharge pathway into the manhole. Its facility is on a new sewer line, and it cannot reach that manhole. Tyson's effluent is not getting into the Mid-Continent manhole. And when Tyson was sampled, as we see here, those samples did not show elevated QAC concentrations that the city observed from Mid-Continent. The city didn't ignore other sources. They investigated them. The evidence didn't leave there. That's what investigations are supposed to do. You follow the evidence until the evidence rules people in or rules people out. Let's turn to the samples. City sampled multiple times. There's a June 3rd sample, June 26th sample. These samples continued to show elevated QAC concentrations associated with Mid-Continent. It's important because it demonstrates this wasn't a single reading, it wasn't a laboratory fluke, it wasn't an isolated coincidence. It's consistent over time. Now remember where those samples came from, July 30, August 8. From that manhole, the manhole that all parties agree isolates Mid-Continent's discharge. Dye test confirmed the pathway, sewer map confirms the pathway, wastewater entering comes from Mid-Continent. And on May 20, before anyone ever discussed this litigation, city personnel saw that manhole looked different. It had significant foam, it had a disinfectant odor, it looked just like the 54th Street lift station and the headworks. That's not normal. Now, actually, I'm going to go back for a second. Now, I do expect, based on the significant cross-examination that we dealt with and what we saw on Mid-Continent's case, some claim that the effluence sample, the one taken at the influent, the Dr. Lang one, shows QACs other than what was found at Mid-Continent. There was lengthy cross-examination of Dr. Stover. There was a significant direct examination of Dr. Eade on that same one, suggesting that because every single compound reported in the Mid-Continent, found in the Mid-Continent manhole sample wasn't the same name as the plant influent, therefore the theory must fall apart. It can't have been from Mid-Continent. Well, notwithstanding that a number of them were the same, that's not the comparison that was made, and it's not what the city's relying on. We know that these samples occurred. We know that the timing is different. We know these can't be a one-to-one comparison. The Mid-Continent manhole sample tells us what was leaving Mid-Continent. The influent sample tells us what reached the treatment plant. And they're not inconsistent. They both show QACs. They both show benzyl compounds. They both show various dodecyl compounds. They show cationic surfactants at concentrations capable of inhibiting nitrification. We look at the whole pattern, points to Mid-Continent. Okay, here we go. Let's put these pieces together. Before May 22nd, Mid-Continent admits that its waste was discharged into the effluent stream. They had QACs in the building, floor drains, hoses, pathways. During that same period, the facility had apparently undergone a substantial cleaning. Here we go, May 23rd, Peter Harrison, that was a substantial cleaning. Tom Harmon tells us a month later, it was actually an audit. Peter Harrison first told us, actually, we're in full production. That's what's happening in the plant during that time. And immediately afterward, the city's treatment plant experienced a biological upset. Means, opportunity, timing, physical observations, sampling, biology, all pointing in the same direction. Mid-Continent wants you to look at each of these in isolation, but the law asks you to look at them together. Now, the most important scientific point is the simplest, QACs. They're antimicrobial compounds. This is their purpose. This is why people buy them, because they kill bacteria. We want our cleaners to kill bacteria, especially post-COVID. Problem is, as we know, the wastewater treatment plant depends on these microorganisms. It depends on the good bacteria. Kind of reminds me of that discussion about superbugs, right? If you use too much hand sanitizer, you're killing the good bugs on your hands by using antibacterial. Well, QACs don't discriminate. They kill all bugs. They kill all bacteria, good and the bad. And when the QACs kill their bacteria, it gets rid of those organisms, that beneficial bacteria that performs nitrification, removes ammonia. And Ammonia increases, phosphorus increases, treatment performance suffers. City can no longer comply with its NPDES permit. The biology responded exactly how the chemistry predicts. Mid-Continent wants this to be a forensic fingerprinting exercise. It is not. As I told you, more probably than not, the city does not have to prove the exact QAC molecule in the exact concentration at the exact moment necessary to inhibit these nitrifying bacteria. That's not the burden. The evidence showed QACs coming from Mid-Continent's discharge. It showed QACs and cationic surfactants reaching the plant. It showed the nitrifiers were gone. It's the ice cream truck example, all again. We see the QACs, we see the foam, we see the cleaning odor, see the bacteria disappear. That's enough for a preponderance standard. I do not expect you to read all of this. These are the SDS, the safety data sheets that we went through in Exhibit 35. This lists every single one that is in Exhibit 35 that is a QAC. Mid-Continent was not handling one isolated chemical. It was handling a whole category of QAC containing and as we'll see on the next slide, surfactant containing products. This table walks through those and it asks the same questions the ordinance and the permit ask and that Dr. Stover answered. Is this the type of material that can cause toxic effects? Is this the type of material that can create residual sludge or treatment process concerns? Is this the type of material that can create NPDES or water quality concerns if it reaches the POTW in sufficient quantities? Product after product, the answer is yes. These are not benign materials, and it confirms that the city's enforcement theory fits the ordinance. The ordinance is concerned with toxic effects, interference with treatments, sludge residual impacts, permit water quality consequences. These are the risks that are identified in the SDSs. This is also from Exhibit 35. This is a list of all the surfactants that they have. Now, the city is not saying that these cause the problem. We're not saying that every drop of every product on this or the other chart would be a violation. As we know, the dose makes the poison. What we're saying is that Mid-Continent manufactured, repackaged, and handled numerous products that their own safety data sheets recognize as capable of causing exactly the kinds of environmental and treatment process concerns prohibited by the city's ordinance and Mid-Continent's permit. And when those compounds appeared, the city's not guessing, it was following the evidence. So let's talk about what those violations were. What we've got here is a table that compares the city's sewer use ordinance with Mid-Continent's industrial wastewater discharge permit. This is important because these are not actually two separate sets of obligations. The permit expressly incorporates the city's ordinance, and the ordinance makes compliance with those provisions a condition of the permit. We're prohibiting pollutants that interfere with the facility, pollutants that injure the treatment process, pollutants that pass through the system, toxic pollutants, pollutants that cause permit violation. This matters because the city's enforcement documents that we're here for, the notice of violation and the later administrative order, didn't invent new obligations. They applied the existing requirements to what happened in May 2025 and sometime after. This is the second set. These are the provisions that also matter, also part of the permit. Again, toxic pollutants, anything that causes the POTW to violate its NPDES permit. Pollutants that interfere, wastewater that creates a public nuisance. So the question before the board, straightforward. Did Mid-Continent discharge wastewater that violated these requirements? The city's position is yes. And that's exactly what the notice of violation and administrative order concluded. Now I'm going to bring that together, and then I'll stop talking. At this point, I've gone through a significant amount of evidence, 2.5 days at least. Remember, don't evaluate one photograph, don't evaluate one sample, one witness. We're looking at it all together. Mid-Continent manufactured antimicrobial compounds, generated that waste that had pathways to the sewer. Before May 22nd, that waste entered its effluent stream. Significant cleaning occurred immediately before the upset. Foam appeared, odor was observed, biology collapsed. Subsequent sampling repeatedly identified elevated QAC concentrations associated with mid-continent. Other likely sources were investigated, but the evidence didn't point there. Every single piece of evidence points in the same direction. And that's exactly how circumstantial evidence works. The question is not whether we proved one isolated fact, but whether all of those facts together make it more probable than not that mid-continent violated the city's ordinance and discharge permit. We have now proven it is a toxic discharge. The ordinance and the permit does not require whether every molecule has been identified, but have you shown that there is a toxic pollutant that can cause harm? And we did. We proved the bacteria responsible disappeared. We proved the surfactants were there. We proved the treatment plant responded exactly how Dr. Stover told you it would respond to an inhibitory discharge. That's a toxic effect. Toxic to the bacteria, toxic to the fish. Interference means discharge disrupted or interfered. Did the plant continue operating normally? No. Did nitrification continue? No. Did ammonia remain under control? No. Did we have to respond, investigate, reseed? Yes. Now, Mid-Continent has suggested that because the plant eventually recovered, it really wasn't that much of a problem. Well, respectfully, that turns reality on its head. The plant recovered because city personnel responded, because operators intervened. They worked to restore the biology. If anything, recovery proves there was something to recover from. Now, slug, acute discharge. We know the timing. Substantial cleaning, change in operations, foam, disinfectant, biological collapse. These events occurred together, not months apart, not years apart, days. This is what a slug discharge looks like. Now, the last focus on the notice of violation administrative order relates to information. You heard Ms. Cervantes describe the city's repeated requests for information. You heard Mr. Brandenburg talk about it a bit. There were repeated requests for supporting documentation, for manifests, for process information, for sampling, for explanations. And the city continued receiving conclusions without analytical data. It continued asking for information necessary to independently verify Mid-Continent's explanation. That's why the case continued. It's why the notice of violation was initially issued, and it is why the administrative order followed several months later. This is specifically from Mid-Continent's permit, where Mid-Continent has that duty, and we submit under their notice of violation that they did not meet it. The board's responsibility is not to conduct a new investigation from scratch. You are sitting here de novo, though. Your responsibility is to determine whether the city's enforcement action was supported by the evidence you've heard over the last several days. Is it more probably true than not that Mid-Continent's discharge contributed to the treatment plant upset, violated its permit and the city's ordinance? After hearing every witness, every exhibit, considering every defense Mid-Continent will offer or has offered, the answer is yes. So the city respectfully requests that the board affirm the notice of violation, affirm the administrative orders, uphold the city's enforcement determination, and impose the remedies authorized by the city's ordinance, including the civil penalties and cost recovery assessed for the fish kill, for the testing, for the reseeding, for the NutriQuad and the pump, and for all other enforcement costs listed in Exhibit 47. This case has never been about punishing a company for manufacturing useful products. Mid-Continent is free to do that and to manufacture its QACs, but it cannot discharge them in these quantities that interfere with the biological treatment process, threaten the city's permits, and then avoid accountability because no one captured the exact slug in a bottle. We respectfully ask that the board affirm and hold as follows. Thank you.
Item 9.2, closing arguments of the respondent.
Thank you. Would you pull up E to 4? And while he's doing that, because you admitted E4, but it's not in your notebooks, I'd like to give the board members a copy of that so you'll have it with your notebooks.
May it please the board. I too, on behalf of Mid-Continent, would like to thank you for carefully listening to all the evidence over these last 3 days and withholding judgment, withholding your opinions until you heard all of the evidence and until you heard both sides. And I told you from the very beginning that the answer to what we're here for today is a matter of science. And before I get into that, I want to read you something from the notice of violation. And when you go to deliberate, you're going to have all these exhibits that have been admitted into evidence. If you want, you can get a transcript of the hearing and look back at the evidence and reread it yourself if that helps you try to remember everything that's happened over the last 3 days. But the city's Exhibit 21 is the notice of violation. It's why we're here. This is what we're trying in this case, is the notice of violation. And it says, based on elevated levels of quaternary ammonium compounds detected in samples collected from your discharge point, talking about the Mid-Continent manhole, these levels were harmful to the city's biological treatment process and caused a significant treatment plant upset that occurred on May 19th, 2025. That's all we're trying here. That's all that's involved in here. That's all that MidCon has been told it's supposed to come here and defend today. And when you break that down, it's pretty clear. They're saying in here, we took a sample at your manhole and it killed the bugs at our plant and caused a plant upset. And when you look at that, it's clear the city is saying, we think the QACs found in your manhole are the same QACs we found at the plant inlet that killed the bugs. That's the scientific question in this case. There is no other question here. What killed the bugs? Was it from the Mid-Continent manhole? And it is evident there were QACs in the manhole. How they got there is immaterial. The charge is there were QACs in the manhole, and that's what killed the bugs. And that is a science question. And, you know, you heard from counsel that she said it's easy to get lost in the science. I don't think it's easy to get lost in the science at all. The science is very clear and direct. Did the QACs in the manhole, were they at the plant inlet, and did they kill the bugs? What's so complicated about that? And council was also talking about, and the city wants to talk about, circumstantial evidence. And she mentioned the ice cream truck, and I'll roll with that, okay? If somebody got killed at the ice cream truck and they saw somebody that was known to have ridden by the ice cream truck that day, that would be circumstantial evidence that maybe they did it, right? But what if you had the fingerprints of the murderer on the ice cream truck? Would you just go with the circumstantial evidence? What if you had the DNA of the murderer and you go and you find this person who was in the vicinity and you compared their DNA, and guess what? It wasn't them. And so it is truly a scientific question, and it's not that hard. It's not that hard. And the things we need to look at are the things that are mentioned in the NOV. The QACs at the manhole and the QACs at the inlet of the plant. And by the way, council also said that, you know, that we're the ones, that Mid-Continent is the one that says, we're arguing we don't know this. We're arguing that we don't know where the evidence is, that there wasn't enough. We do know. We do know. We know the evidence. We have a sample at the manhole, and we have the samples at the inlet. We're not claiming that we don't have information. We believe there is sufficient information to exonerate Mid-Continent for the charge that has been made. Now, what was the scientific evidence? And I want to go through what we have presented to you through Dr. Eade. He presented 6 studies where scientists have gone out and studied the exact thing we're looking at here. What levels of QACs are required to kill the bugs? And as Dr. Eade testified, there emerges out of those studies a bright line that it takes at least 50 milligrams per liter to start killing the bugs, and a number above that to wipe out the bugs, which everybody says is what happened here. So it takes a high level of QACs to kill the bugs, to annihilate them, catastrophic failure, any word you want to use here. We know that. The scientific studies have shown that. Even Dr. Stover, just 30 minutes ago, looking at the Aquafix study, acknowledged that it's somewhere between 25 and 50 milligrams per liter that's necessary to kill the bugs. And I'm going to say it this way. Dr. Eade brought the receipts. Because when you're in a case like this and you're lay people and you're trying to understand a scientific issue and you're just hearing he said, she said, it's confusing and can be overwhelming. So what we do in cases like this is we bring in the scientific literature itself so that you can see not what we're saying, but what other people are saying that have studied this and have come up with the answers on this. He gave you the names of the publications, he gave you the publication information, the dates, and he gave you the quotes from these so that you could judge for yourself. Is he telling the truth when he says there's this bright line of 50 milligrams per liter? And you saw the studies yourself. And that is what they say. Now, once you know from science what level it takes to kill the bugs, then you go look at the plant influent, which was the water that the bugs saw. It was the water right before the bugs saw it. And you look at that level at the influent that we've been talking about during the period of the upset itself, like we've been talking about, and you look to see if the QACs were at this bright line level necessary to kill the bugs. And folks, they're not anywhere close. They're not anywhere close. They're 12 milligrams per liter, 6 milligrams per liter, 11 milligrams per liter. Nothing that would explain or account for a complete wipeout of the bugs, as Dr. Stover and the city has alleged here. And then, so the first issue is just whether there were enough QACs to kill the bugs. And we think the evidence showed clearly it did not. But even if you did not accept that, even if you did not accept the 50 milligrams per liter as the bright line as shown by the studies, then Dr. Eade did the fingerprinting analysis, which was for the purpose of looking at the QACs in the Mid-Continent manhole and seeing if those were the QACs over at the plant inlet that the city says killed the bugs. And that's Dr. Ead's pie chart here. And we've talked a lot about this, and again, this is science, and it really is irrefutable. When you look at the manhole, look at it, it's 98% green, bright green, because that's what the QA sees in the manhole. That's its fingerprint right there. That's what it looked like. And we're going to go over to the plant inlet and go, did we see that fingerprint over at the plant inlet? And you can see for yourself. The fingerprints don't match. And it's even worse than that, because if you look at the manhole, 98% of the QACs were this octadecal, the big green thing we see here in the manhole pie chart. When we go over to the inlet of the plant, it's not there. It's not there. There's zero. There's none there. And so we have, these are the fingerprints, and we have to then answer the question, well, if we're not seeing octadecal over at the plant inlet, what can account for that? What can account for that? And Dr. Ead explained that, is that yes, there was a lot of octadecal at the manhole, but as whatever volume of that there was flowed down the sewer system to the plant, by the time these 7 to 8 million gallons of sewer water mixed with that, by the time it got to the plant inlet, the octadecal was so diluted that it couldn't be detected as low as 5 parts per billion, which certainly no one has suggested is enough to kill any bugs here. So the fingerprints don't match. And that's the science. And the city is trying to get around this fingerprinting. First of all, they said, well, it must have been a slug. That was their first response to this. But as Dr. Ead explained, if this had come in as a slug, it's the watermelon through the snake. It comes in as a watermelon, and when it gets to the plant, it's still a watermelon. So if this came in as a big slug, what we would see at the plant inlet is what you see at the manhole there. It should be 98% octadecal or something close to that. We would definitely see octadecal at the plant if we were dealing with a slug, but we're not. And the fingerprinting tells us that. And then the city has come up with this argument, well, the manhole was a grab sample, and the plant sample was a 24-hour composite. And somehow, maybe somehow, this explains why the fingerprints don't match, why the DNA doesn't match. And first of all, I would say that the charge that was made in the NOV was that the city's samples showed that the QACs in the manhole were the QACs at the plant that killed the bugs. That's what we've been charged with here. And as Dr. Ead explained, when they took the grab sample at the manhole, they saw the deer. They saw the deer. And now we're looking to see if the deer made it over to the plant. And it's like having a deer camera. You want a 24-hour sample so you don't miss the deer. You want a camera that's flashing on and off continuously so the deer doesn't slip by you. So when the octadecal got there, it was non-detectable. The sample would have found it. It was a 24-hour sample, and it would not have been missed. And I don't understand Dr. Stover saying, well, maybe the octadecal snuck through in a 10-minute increment. That's not the way this works. That's not the way these 24-hour composite samplers work. Now, I'd like to shift over to what the city has offered in the way of science to answer the charge in the NOV. They offered Dr. Stover. Did he bring any scientific studies, any peer-reviewed studies for you to look at? No. Did he identify any studies by name and publication, like book and page type information? No. Did he read you any quotes or excerpts to try to support his position? And the answer is no. And the bottom line is the city didn't bring any receipts on the science. They didn't bring any receipts. And it was interesting that within the city's exhibits, they had this Aquafix study illustration, but they didn't bring the Aquafix study to you. They knew about this Aquafix study before we started this trial. They knew that it said it took 50 milligrams per liter to kill the bugs, and they didn't say a word to you guys about that. They used the illustrations out of the study, but they did not show you the study itself. And that's telling. That is telling. And when it came to trying to say what level of QACs would kill the bugs, Dr. Stover was all over the place. He told the city one number, and that document is in evidence. He told the ODEQ a different number. And then when he came here, he told you yet again a different number. And that's all in the record. And he brought no studies to support any one of those three different numbers that he has offered up from time to time. And then it happened. And I've been in a lot of trials, and I couldn't believe it. I'm asking Dr. Stover questions about QACs and levels necessary to kill the bugs, and he testified that he is not an expert in QACs. The very thing we're here to talk about, are QACs toxic to the bugs? Can they kill the bugs? What level of the bugs, what level of the QACs are necessary to kill the bugs? He acknowledged that he's not an expert on this. Dr. Eade is. I mean, he has taught this. He's managed plants. He knows QACs. He's a chemist. And he's told you about those. Dr. Stover also acknowledged that in other cases, he has done forensic fingerprinting on things other than QACs. So he knows how to do it, but he acknowledged that he's not an expert on fingerprinting QACs. And that's fine. He doesn't have to be. But this is a science issue on fingerprinting QACs like Dr. Eade has done. There was a lot of discussion, and you heard it just a moment ago from counsel, on foam and smell. And as Dr. Eade has testified, foam didn't kill the bugs, smell didn't kill the bugs. And as the city itself is maintaining, yeah, it would have been the QACs that would have killed the bugs. And if you read the notice of violation, that's what it says. That was their claim, that the QACs killed the bugs, not foam, there's not a mention, there's not a word about foam in the NOV. And so it comes back to, was it QACs? And you've heard all the evidence on that. So what killed the bugs? And I'll be quick about this. So when you're doing a forensic investigation like this and you're looking to find out what could have killed the bugs, you ought to look at the things that you know are the most toxic to these bugs at very, very low levels. Because in this case, we're talking about something that wiped these bugs out. And you're looking for things that are known to be poisons in this instance. And as Dr. Eade explained, that, and as he's done with other clients of his own, you don't rush to judgment here. And when I was talking to Ms. Cervantes, she said, hey, we thought it was obvious, so we didn't check out some of these other things. But when you're doing an investigation like this, you have to look at all of the things. And especially where the city knew that there had been prior cyanide and heavy metal exceedances, where other users had exceeded cyanide and zinc above and beyond their permitted maximum level. And when that happens, and you know about that, you ought to check for that. And that was not done here. So as Ms. Cervantes acknowledged and Dr. Stover acknowledged, the city never tested for those, during this critical period, for those things, for cyanide, arsenic, heavy metals, even though that's standard protocol. And I did want to mention, because counsel mentioned it in her closing argument, she put up some samples and she said, oh, look at these samples of these other significant industrial users. Look, we didn't find significant QACs in them. But those were all after the plant upset was long gone. It was long over. She was showing you a sample from June 26th. That's not going to tell you anything about what was in that user's water during the time period of this plant upset. Now, the other thing I want to mention, and I think it's unfortunate, that the city unnecessarily has tried to vilify Mid-Continent in this case. When Ms. Cervantes got up and the city's attorneys were asking questions, there was an implication that, you remember when they were trying to change the sampling location? Ms. Cervantes implied that Mid-Continent had been uncooperative in that process. And then there was the suggestion that the city wanted these safety data sheets and had asked for them, and then Mid-Continent had dumped all of these safety data sheets on them. You remember that? And she was saying that that was evidence that they were not being cooperative here. And then it was suggested that they did the annual inspection after the plant upset and that somehow Mid-Continent had been uncooperative in that. And the innuendo was thick by the city that Mid-Continent had been uncooperative. But when I asked Ms. Cervantes, when I got to ask the questions, I asked her, isn't it true that that Mid-Continent fully cooperated in moving this sampling location? And her answer was yes. Forget the innuendo. She said that Mid-Continent was cooperative in moving the sampling location. When we talked about the annual inspection and the things that the city had identified that they wanted Mid-Continent to do, I asked Ms. Cervantes, has Mid-Continent done everything that you ask it to do in the annual inspection report? And she said yes. And I said, so Mid-Continent was cooperative on the annual inspection? And she said yes. That gets us to the safety data sheets. There is in evidence the administrative orders. There's two of them. One is Exhibit 28 that's been admitted. That was the first administrative order. And then the second one is the amended administrative order. That's the city Exhibit 29. And you can look at this when you're deliberating. But here is what it says. Respondent, that's Mid-Continent, was instructed to meet with the city staff to provide a full chemical inventory with safety data sheets. The city is the one that instructed Mid-Continent to give them all of the safety data sheets, all of them. This claim that Mid-Con was uncooperative by data dumping safety data sheets is belied by the administrative orders by the city. They know that this was not a data dump, and yet they came here and implied to you that somehow Mid-Continent was not being cooperative relating to the safety data sheets. Now, why did the city witnesses, I'm going to say, go out of their way to imply that Mid-Continent was uncooperative? And I ultimately asked Ms. Cervantes this. I said, the real reason that you're saying Mid-Continent was uncooperative is because they have denied that they caused this based on the scientific evidence. And that's it. The uncooperativeness is because Mid-Continent has defended itself in this case and does not believe that the science demonstrates that it was the cause of this. So that brings us back to the science. The answer to this case is the science, and there's nothing else. It's the science. That's the charge, is that what was in the manhole caused this, and that's the science. And the science shows that the QACs from the Mid-Con manhole are not what was found at the plant inlet, and therefore they're not what caused the bugs to be killed. And for that reason, Mid-Continent is respectfully asking that you rule in its favor.
I don't think we need an executive session at this time, but I think there's a housekeeping issue that we need to address regarding the council's post-hearing written submissions to the board. Originally, the procedural order had set a deadline of July 1st based on the assumption that we would have concluded on the 26th, end of the second day. I think there's some consideration possibly that the board wants to take into account to extend that deadline to May 8th, or to July 8th, extend it out a week, especially due to the holiday weekend coming up. So I think we do need at some point either to hear from council on if you need that extra time and would like that extra time for the post-hearing submissions.
Yeah, with the holiday, you're going to be surprised, but I'd like a little bit more time. 14 days, 10 days, that just July 8th. I'd like to have just a little bit more time than that.
We had 6 days before. We do have a holiday coming up with a long day, so that would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with this new take out a day for a holiday. That's another 6. Certainly by the end of next week, we ought to be able to have everything in.
So you're proposing that'd be the July 10th is a date I'm hearing from one council and 14 days from the other?
Yeah, and I'm trying to pull my calendar up here real quick. Give me 1 second.
And whatever that date is, we want to make sure that it's before the board is ready to come back and deliberate in advance so they can see those materials. I mean, we could do it Wednesday if need be.
So, July 10th, July 8th, something like that, if the board would entertain that.
July 8th will go with that.
July 8th, just pushing them out a week? Is that what you guys? That's not for us to come back. That is simply the time for the parties to submit their written post-hearing submissions to the board for review. It's not the date we're coming back.
The 8th.
I think that's what we're entertaining on the table, but I don't think we have a motion at this moment. July 8th?
July 8th.
Someone needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion for July 8th.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Cast your ballot. Passes 5-0. So July 8th is the date.
Can I ask a procedural question? So after we file proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, does the board need an executive session?
So the board will, so at the end of today, we're going to adjourn, once we finish up here in a bit. And then the board will set a new special date to reconvene, then go into executive session to deliberate. We don't have that date set. We're planning on meeting with the board members to get dates. We'll get you those dates as quickly as we can for the date that we'll come back go into executive session. But it'll be a separate meeting notice the way that this one was noticed.
But at that time, is it anticipated that the board would go into executive session and then come back in and announce?
It is anticipated that at that time, the board will go into executive session, deliberate, reach their conclusions and findings, and come back out and announce their findings to the public after we've reconvened back into the regular session.
Thank you.
So now you just need a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
And then I'll second.
Cast your ballot. All right. We ended with the show. All right. Thank you.
Board members, if you stick around for just